All right, I'd like to call to order the City Council regular meeting agenda for Monday, November the 13th, 2023 at 6:33 p.m. If you would all rise as Councilmember Hernandez leads us in an invocation, followed by Councilmember Berry to the pledges of both of our flags.
Thank you, Mayor. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for this wonderful day. Though it's raining outside, it's just another reminder that you provide, and whether it's sunny or it's rainy, you have a plan for our community to flourish and continue to grow. And we ask that you please place your hand upon our community. We've had several tragedies befall our community here recently, and please bestow your grace upon those who are in this community and may have evil in their heart, and please help them to find resolve and peace moving forward. We ask that you're here with us this evening and guide us in our decisions and in all things that we do for you. In Jesus' name we say these things. Amen.
All right, thank you for that, and thank you all for heading our way this evening. Spent a little bit of time down here talking about our city and our city business, so we appreciate each and every one of you. As we move forward in our agenda, roll call and certification of quorum. Madam Secretary, I will certify we have a quorum present, as well as all members are present and accounted for. With that, we will move to citizens' comments. The actual first citizen I'm going to call on is Mr. Jim Johnson with our Chamber of Commerce. And this is actually part of our where we're going to have our Leadership Pearland Day. He's going to introduce the members of our leadership class. Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Jim Johnson, 6117 Broadway Street. Mayor, today I come on behalf of our Leadership Pearland program, which is a program which identifies and develops talented and committed citizens who aspire to provide leadership in Pearland. I want to recognize Councilmember Carbone, who's a graduate of the program, myself, and this is our class 16, which will be graduating in 2024 as part of our partnership between the Chamber and our Pearland Leadership Foundation. I do want to recognize the class today, as well as the Pearland Leadership Foundation Board Chair and our Chair-elect of the Chamber, Dr. Alexander Okwana with San Jacinto College, who's here with me today on behalf. So, Mayor, thank you and Council, thank you for the opportunity today. They learned about our great city. They learned everything from wastewater treatment to tourism, and learned how our city runs, and they'll be going throughout the next couple months learning more about the community that they serve. They'll do some brief introductions, and then we're excited to be a part of y'all's council meeting tonight. So here they come.
Very good.
Howdy, I'm Martin Griggs. I'm the city's Deputy Director for Community Development.
Hello, I'm Ross Stefanower. I'm the Health, Safety, and Environmental Manager at Mitsubishi Heavy Industries over on Lower Kirby.
Kira Bill, Department Chair of Health Sciences, South Campus, San Jacinto College.
My name is Jordan Kohlhoff with Farmers Insurance at the Craig Slater Agency. Thanks for having us.
Good evening. My name is Darren Peterson. I'm with HCA Pearland Hospital. I'm the Director of Business Development.
I am Leslie Barcelona, and I am the President-elect for Pearland ISD Education Foundation. Thank y'all so much. We really did learn a lot today. We appreciate your time.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Birdie, Vice President of the Pearland Chamber of Commerce.
Hi, I'm Davina Fernandez. I am the Workforce Development Partner for Indris and Hauser.
Hi, I'm Tara Dandridge. I'm the Interim Director of Patient Care at Memorial Hermann.
Hi, I'm Samantha Lancaster, and I'm the Vice President of Finance with Crane Group.
Hi, good evening. I'm Sanjay Bali. I'm the Executive Director of Workforce Development at Alvin Community College.
Mayor and council, you'll see we have a wide range of small, large businesses, nonprofit organizations that are committed to leadership. And hopefully we'll see some of these folks up there at the dais someday. We appreciate the time. For that, I want to recognize Leslie Esquade, our Director of Events, who's coordinating our program. And for anybody interested in Leadership Pearland, applications will be available in the summer. Thank you again to the city staff for their opening up the city to us today. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you to the leadership class. Yep. Very good. So I know we have several people who have signed up to speak. I'm not sure how many of them are general versus specific to an item. It looks like most of them are specific to an item. Is that it?
One general.
Okay. Just the one general. Everybody else has signed up to speak on a specific agenda item, so we will call your name when we get to that item in the order of our agenda. So with that, we will move to our public hearing number 1. Mr. Griggs, if you would read into the record the reason and then move right into your staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. Let's see. So this first public hearing, this is a request by Cesar Dominguez, applicant, on behalf of Bobby Orr, representing Presidio Equities LLC, owner, for approval of a conditional use permit for a restaurant with drive-in and or drive-through service.
Martin, hang on one second. Hang on one second. We do have one other general comment. Mr. Davis, I looked over at it and we thought it was to a number. So we apologize, Mr. Davis. Put you up next. Sorry, Martin. I just wanted to make sure that we covered that.
No, all good.
Thank you. Jimmy Davis, 5004 Combs Hill Street, Pearland 77584. Council, I saw an article today. ABC 13 is reporting our surface water treatment plant. It's going to be delivering water in January. I think last I heard it was supposed to be December. And of course, it was originally supposed to be ready December 2022. We'll see if it's producing water by second quarter of next year. One of the questions I've had about this plant that's been in the works for years, it's to provide water to alleviate our burden from the city of Houston, specifically for Shadow Creek Ranch and that area. Last year, in the last 12 months, we paid Houston $3,372,293.18 for all the water that we purchased from them. That's for 12 months of water. Our plant construction is $175 million, broken out over 30 years. We are paying, just not including interest, just the capital costs, $5,833,333.33 per year. Our agreement, looking over what City of Houston bills us, we have a minimum amount we pay of $161,613.32. We pay that whether we take 1 gallon of water from them or 3 million gallons in a day. We're paying that. That works out to $1,939,359.84 that we're going to pay them as a minimum to have standby service. Our previous engineer, Robert Upton, when I asked him, when were we going to renegotiate that to get that expense down? And the answer I was given was kind of logical and a little disturbing. Well, in case our plant goes down, we need access to that 5 million gallons of water a day. So it's not changing. It won't go away. We're going to pay them that amount. Between just the plant construction cost and what we're going to pay the city of Houston, just as a backup, is $7,772,693.17. That is more than double what we paid City Houston for all the water in the last 12 months. I have to ask, when is this going to change? Why are we paying more than double? How much of my 14% is thanks to this really poor fiscal decision? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I think the reason for that plan has been well documented besides just the city of Houston. So we can talk about that later since it's not on the agenda. Is there any other general comments? Okay, thank you for that. Back to you, Martin. Redo, start over.
All good, Mayor. Thank you so much. So public hearing number one, as stated, this is a request by Cesar Dominguez, applicant on behalf of Bobby Orr, representing Presidio Equities LLC, owner, for approval of a conditional use permit for a restaurant with drive-in and or drive-through service within the light industrial M1 district on approximately 0.8278 acres of land. This is a general location at 1818 Main Street. So as stated, this is for a restaurant use within the light industrial district. The property is located at 1818 Main Street. This is just in front of the ERS CAT development and has a future land use category of public, semi-public. During the public comment phase, we had no comments either in support or opposition to this request. So as you can see on the aerial and zoning map, this property is in the light industrial district and has light industrial on both sides of Rice Dryer Road and then general commercial across Main Street. And then the future land use plan does show this property as public / semi-public. This is a known error within the future land use plan that will be fixed with the upcoming comprehensive plan. And as tracing back to the error on this map, this was supposed to be for the PISD property, 2 properties south of this location. Looking over the aerial, you can see that there's a fast food restaurant just on the opposite corner of Rice Dryer Road. There's a brewery across the street, across Rice Dryer, and then undeveloped property where we previously had the Draeger warehouses. And then there is a multi-tenant and then a restaurant across Main Street. So this property was annexed in 1959, and the property was used as parking for the manufacturing office building, which was located just west of the site, but has since been demolished. And the property was platted in June of this year. Here are a couple pictures of the site taken from Rice Dryer Road. And then here is the proposed site plan for the Golden Chick restaurant that is proposed for this site. Here you can see the landscape plan. And then this is the proposed front elevation and the side elevation facing north and the south elevation and then the rear of the building. So the proposed use meets all the criteria for approval of a conditional use permit. It's consistent with the comprehensive plan with exception to the future land use designation, which we've already discussed, that will be updated with the new comprehensive plan. And that new comprehensive plan calls for this property to be a commercial center place type, which would be the restaurant would be in accordance with that place type. Additional conditions have been added to staff's recommendation pertaining to the materials used for the building, and P&Z voted 4-0 to approve with those conditions. And the condition is that the exterior building facade shall be developed in substantial conformance with the materials as depicted in the facade renderings that we just covered. Other than that, Mayor, I'll pass it back to you.
All right, thank you. Is the applicant present? No applicant presentation and no questions. All right. So we will tee this up for those wishing to speak for or against this proposed request. Go to the podium, give us your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes to speak. Second call, those wishing to speak for or against this proposed request. Third and final time, those wishing to speak for or against this proposed request. Seeing no one moving in that direction, we'll turn it over to questions, comments, concerns from City Council. Anyone have anything? Seeing none, we'll close this public hearing and move to new business item number 1. Mr. Carbone, would you present that, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Consideration and possible action, Resolution R 2023-CUP 23-16, including the staff recommendation that the facade will be as outlined in the renderings. So moved.
Second. We have a motion and a second. We've had staff report. We've had input opportunity from council. So, Madam Secretary, we'll call for the vote.
Member Carbone?
Aye.
Member Kamkar?
Aye.
Member Hernandez?
Aye.
Member Cade?
Aye.
Member Barry?
Aye.
Member Patel?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Koza?
Aye.
The motion passes 6-1.
All right. With that, we'll move to public hearing number 2. Same thing, Martin.
Thank you, Mayor. Public hearing number 2 is a request by Regis Samuel, applicant on behalf of ROL-EMI Ventures LLC, owner, for approval of a conditional use permit for a barber school within the general business district on approximately 1.8969 acres of land. This is generally located at 1801 Country Place Parkway in Suite 115. So again, as stated, this is for a barbershop school to be located within a suite of the commercial site. The future land use for this property is business commercial. There were 2 phone calls during the public comment period just to get more information about the request. And here you can see the property. It has a general business zoning district and backs up to the residential properties that are all within the PD. And you can see that that this property is kind of unique as it's outside of the 288 gateway, but is just right there at the entrance of McCard Road and Country Place, and has a business commercial future place type or future land use designation. So looking at the aerials, you can see single-family residential on the east and south, and then there is a bank and gas station across Country Place Parkway, and a golf course just to the north of the property. The subject property was platted and developed in 2004 with a 20,513 square foot multi-tenant retail building, and the property was annexed into the city of Pearland in 2012. Here is a look across from McCard Road. Here's a view from Country Place Parkway. And then here's a view at the lease space. So they are taking this space just on the right-hand side of the building that was previously a pharmacy. And this is an outline kind of the site plan of the property, showing where their proposed build-out would be. And then this is a drawing showing what their tenant space would look like once they develop. So the proposed use meets the established criteria for approval of a conditional use permit. It is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the future land use plan, and Planning and Zoning Commission voted 5-0 to approve the requested CUP as presented. With that, Mayor, I'll pass back to you.
All right, thank you for that. Is the applicant present? Do you have a presentation, or are you just here to answer any questions? Sounds good. If we have some, we'll come to you at that point in time, all right? Thank you for being here tonight. With that, we'll move to those wishing to speak for or against this proposed request. Same drill. You can go to the podium, give your name and address, and 3 minutes to speak. Second request, those wishing to speak for or against this proposed request. And third and final time, those wishing to speak for or against this proposed request. Seeing no one move in that direction, we will move to City Council opportunity for council questions, comments, or concerns. Anyone have anything? Mr. Carbone?
Yep. Thank you, Mayor. I guess, Martin, why is a barber school required to have a CUP? I don't know clearly much about it, but I heard you laughing over there. But I guess I'm trying to struggle what's behind the use that's detrimental to the neighbors.
So, Councilmember Carbone, that's a great question. I will say I have also struggled a little bit with this and understanding what the considerations were that may have caused a prior city council to require this as a conditional use permit. I'm guessing that the previous planning staff may have thought that a barber school could have had significant impacts on traffic for the number of people coming through on a rotational basis. But I've also had some same considerations and will be bringing this up during the Unified Development Code rewrite.
I think it's probably the word school that's causing it, is what I would assume. And again, that's what I was going to suggest. This is where rewrite of the UDC can certainly help maybe streamline some of these types of things.
Mayor, Martin, could it be because it's if someone comes to open a not a beauty shop, but you know what I mean, a place to cut hair that's a CUP, or no?
I don't believe a barbershop requires a CUP.
No. Do you have to have certain certifications for something like that, though? You do. Yeah. So,
yeah.
For sir, could I ask you a question? Do you have to? Can you go to the podium, please, back there? I'm just gonna look at.
And go ahead and please give us your name and address for the record. That way we've got your comments tied back.
Okay. My name is Edward Carter. Address is 2012 Snowpine Lane, 77089.
Thank you, sir. Did you have to have, are you licensed to cut hair?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. How many teachers will be there?
Just 2.
Okay. Do you already have students lined up?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, great. Thank you. Sounds great. All right, Martin, is there a way to, if something like this happens again, you said you're waiting for the UDC rewrite? You're going to bring it up?
Yes, Councilmember Cade. I plan on bringing this up when we have discussions about the UDC rewrite.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Is it possible to add one thing?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. I've owned a barber school in Pearland on the east side of Pearland for the last 2 years, right across the street from Pearland High School, right on 35. Yep. I didn't need any conditional use permits. I've never even heard of a conditional use permit until now. And we didn't need any. I also own the barber shop next door to it. So with a shop and a school, I've never needed a conditional use permit. That's why I was, even when I was originally applying, I was asking, is it possible to make any special considerations, considering I've already owned one for the past 2 years? And the school that we are running only has 17 seats. So like the high traffic wouldn't be an issue, because according to the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation, there isn't a minimum requirement of the size of the school, and I chose to do an intimate size school to eliminate any traffic or hassle with that regard.
You're in the Dollar General Center right there next to the high school.
Yes, sir.
Very interesting. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
One of our mysteries tonight.
Mayor, so is there not any kind of way that we can just forego any of the future readings of this?
It's only one reading tonight.
That's it? But tonight, but then he has to come back, right? We're done?
CUP is one read. Right. Yes, Member Hernandez?
Thank you, Mayor. Did you want to explain the reason, the zoning classifications, and what the requirement is, just for edification?
Yeah, no, thank you, Councilmember Hernandez. So this property, as we previously discussed, is within the general business district, as you can see on the map. The property on Highway 35 is in the general commercial district, and general commercial allows it by right. So general business is a little more restrictive than general commercial, and I believe that this general business was likely supplied there due to backing up to residential, and they wanted a little more control over potential uses that were coming into that site.
Yeah. So hopefully that provides you a little bit more clarity on it. And as Martin said, it's difficult to look back in time and understand, what the reasoning was, but with things like this, there are these little carve outs in the different zoning classifications where you can have specific uses that, again, they just wanted to have a little bit more control over what goes in there. And it's just, there's sometimes a clearer rhyme or reason than other times. And I think that's what we're dealing with tonight. But I appreciate you being up there and answering questions. Thanks for being here.
All right. Any other questions, comments from council? Seeing none, we'll close this public hearing number 2. Mr. Camcar, would you place new business item number 2 on the table, please? I don't believe there was any special requirements. Martin, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Thank you.
Sir, consideration possible action resolution R2023-CUP23-17. So moved.
Second. We have a motion and a second. We've had staff report as well as input from council. Madam Secretary will call for the vote.
Member Camcar?
Aye.
Member Hernandez?
Say thank you for expanding your business in Pearland. Aye.
Member Cade?
Aye.
Member Berry?
Aye.
Member Patel? Mayor Pro Tem Koza?
Aye.
Member Carbone? Aye. The motion passes 7-0.
Very good. Thank you. Welcome aboard, new location. All right. With that, we will move to public hearing number 3. Before we place that on the agenda or on the record, Mayor Pro Tem Koza had a quick comment.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I will be recusing myself tonight from this public hearing because Horizon Montessori School is a customer of the company that I work for, and I will be stepping out. So the discussion, I won't have any input, so thank you very much.
Good deal. All right. Thank you for that. With that, Martin, if you'll take that and read into the record and move into the staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a request by Yassine Ansari, applicant on behalf of South Texas Educational Technologies owner for approval of a conditional use permit to deviate from the transparency requirements within the Old Town General Business OTGB district on approximately 3.84 acres of land. This property is generally located at 2319 North Grand Boulevard. So as stated, this is kind of a unique conditional use permit within Chapter 2 of the Old Town General Business District, and really overall within the totality of Old Town. It allows for a CUP to be brought forward to provide for deviation on transparency requirements that are a general requirement within that district. So that's what we are bringing forward tonight. It's not anything about the use. It is strictly about how the windows lay out on this piece of property. So the future land use designation for the property is in the Village District. That is what all of Old Town is under. And as stated, requirements of the Unified Development Code state that any non-residential use within Old Town which faces onto a public street, park, plaza, or public space, has minimum transparency of 15% of the overall facade. That has to be transparent, and a minimum 25% of the facade wall as storefront windows on the ground floor. This ground floor transparency is the issue as the proposed uses for a gymnasium. And the Unified Development Code grants the City Council the authority to approve a lesser percentage of overall facade or storefront windows for all buildings within the Old Town District through approval of the conditional use permit. So this site is generally mixed with Old Town mixed use on the northern portion of the site, and then Old Town General Business for the lots that front onto Broadway. And then, as mentioned, this is all within the Village District future land use. And you can see the overall site is outlined in yellow, and the specific area that is being proposed for development is outlined in blue. And there's a variety of uses that are surrounding this, from Zielinski Park to the north, a residence and undeveloped, and a restaurant to the east, a multi-tenant retail business south of the property. And then on the west, you have undeveloped residential and a church property across North Grand Boulevard. So this property was annexed in 1959 as one of the original pieces of property to be annexed into the city. Pearland High School was built on the site in 1937, and more recently the site was used by Alvin Community College up until 2015. The property went through the platting process in 2016, and Horizon Montessori Public School moved onto the property in 2018 and has made several improvements to the existing buildings on site. So this is a view from Broadway Street, looking at the building that would be removed and to have the gymnasium constructed on that site or on that portion of the property. Here you can see the general outline and developed area for the gymnasium. And then here you can see the proposed elevations along Broadway Street. You can see that they've moved the windows up to the top part of the building, which makes sense for a gymnasium use. And then this is their proposed elevation along Park Avenue, which provides a very similar feel to what is being proposed on Broadway. And this is their north elevation. So this proposed use meets the criteria that are established in the Unified Development Code. The proposed use is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the future land use plan. And then P&Z and staff had their discussion about the property and the development and whether the existing building on the southeast corner is historic, and provided an option that the condition may be added if the building is considered historic and that the CUP is not approved. Staff reached out to the Texas Historic Commission, and only the front building, so only this portion of the building is on the historic register, and that was supplied within the staff report to council. So the P&Z voted 5-0 to approve the requested CUP with the following condition, that the CUP shall not be approved if a historically designated building will be torn down during the construction process. And as stated, we reached out to the Texas Historic Commission, and they noted that it was only that front building. On the registry itself, it mentions a 56 by 122 brick veneer building that is located on lots 20 through 29, which are the lots that front onto Broadway. And this leads staff to believe that the building at the southwest corner is the only building on the property with a historic designation, and that the auxiliary building where the gymnasium is proposed is not designated, which would allow for its removal. And that concludes staff's presentation.
All right, thank you for that. Is the applicant present? Do you have a presentation or here to answer questions? Okay, wonderful. Thank you for being here tonight. With that, we will move then forward in our public hearing to those wishing to speak for or against the proposed request. Go to the podium, give us your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes to speak. Second request, those wishing to speak for or against this proposed request. And third and final time, those wishing to speak for or against this proposed request. Seeing no one move in that direction, we will move to questions, comments, concerns from City Council. Anyone have a question or concern?
Nope.
Mr. Carbone?
Thank you, Mayor. So it's not designated as a historical building. I know there was some talk by the Historical Society kind of here as of late trying to preserve the building. I guess could staff clarify? My understanding is the CUP is just essentially for the location of the windows, and that's it, correct?
Correct. So the Old Town General Business District says that the transparency has to be provided as storefront windows, but then provides the council the opportunity to approve a conditional use permit if storefront windows aren't necessarily the desired outcome for the building.
Okay. So they can move forward today without the CUP building this exact thing with windows all the way to the ground.
If they had provided storefront windows, then this would not be a conditional use permit.
Thank you.
Buck, do you want to address real quick, do you want to address the historical? I have you signed up to speak under new business item 3, but I'll certainly call on you now if you want to provide some context from the historical district or the Pearland Historical Society's perspective.
Thank you, Mayor. Buck Stevens, 4701 West Orange, Pearland, Texas. Currently also the treasurer for the Pearland Historical Society. The Historical Society became aware of this building and the project that's going on, and in haste, we've trying to see what we can do to work with the owners, and we had a very good conversation this morning. They want to do that. So they've given us a few time lineations there to make things happen. It's going to be contingent, of course, on funding, a location to move the building to, the cost of moving the building, the utilities to a new location. All those things got to come into play relatively fast. We don't want to hold them up. But that building there was built 2 years after the fifth grade wing, old high school was built. And so it does have some historical value to the Historical Society. We went over there, took pictures, looked at it. It's a sound building. It's in good condition. Needs a little remodeling. Short of that, it'd make a great beginning museum for the Historical Society. So we're pulling out all the strings and contacting whoever we can to help us out financially and fundamentally to see if this thing can be moved and how or if. At the end of the day, we may have to give it up, but that's what we're trying to do.
Thank you. Thank you.
Could we postpone this to a later meeting and give them, the Historical Society, some time to?
Well, I believe the owners have been working out with them on some time. It's not like they're going to pull a permit tomorrow. They don't even have this building final. I believe, Buck, in some of your conversations with the superintendent or the schools, they don't have this on a time horizon like to start tomorrow. You want to categorize, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you want to categorize the meeting you had today with them?
Yes, sir. This morning I did speak to the superintendent and the general manager of the district, and they are fully supportive. Their initial thought was they don't want to destroy the building, so they don't want the building to go away, but it does have to be moved in order for them to go forward with their project, right? So I think there was a reason and purpose that the emails and the conversations happened at the right time for the right reasons. And so it's just a matter of timing. And if we can move it, I think the other option they possibly have, if the Historical Society can't do anything, that they may put it up for sale and try to still keep it intact, but get someone else to acquire the building. So demolition is the very last resort, but if that ends up being that, then we can't stop the progress that's there.
If we want to get to number 3 and you want to raise that question, we can, but in the public hearing, we'll entertain that in the new business item. Okay. Any other questions or comments? Yes, sir.
So it wasn't on here, but what do you envision the facade of this building ultimately being? Just a solid color, or are you looking to put some type of a mural or something, if you would?
Yeah, go ahead and go to the podium and give us your name and address for the record, please.
And I'm just asking because it's rather imposing upon the road. So I'm just curious what your vision is for it.
Yes, my name is Yasin Ansari. It's 2319 North Grand Boulevard. And we plan to keep it the same unison color as the rest of the building.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions or comments? Member Carbone?
Yeah, I guess I'd say thank you for working with Buck and the Historical Society.
Absolutely.
I appreciate that. And we'll see how the rest of it plays out, but thank you for being a good partner in the community.
Absolutely.
Yeah, glad we could able to make some connections last week to make some of these conversations happen. We would love to see us, be able to save that building. So I can imagine there's be a campaign here pretty quick to see how we can do that. So we can all get educated on it and make that happen. I think that'd be wonderful. one of the places that they talked about it is Hunter Park, which is a city-owned park, at the north end of town site. So, that's going to involve some conversations here as well. So, be great to see something happen with that park, and be great to see something happen with that building. Like Buck said, I think it'd be a great opportunity to start the Historical Society and a museum right there. So, and to be in the old town site area. Last call, questions or comments? Seeing none, we will move to new business item number 3. Buck, is it okay if you made your comments, or do you want me to recall you? All right, perfect. Thank you for that. Business item. I had it slated for Mr. Koza, so Mr. Hernandez, would you place that on the agenda, please?
Yes, sir, Mayor. Consideration possible action resolution number R2023-CUP 23-18. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. We've had opportunity for input and staff report. So with that, Madam Secretary, we'll call for the vote.
Member Hernandez.
Aye.
Member Cade.
No.
Member Berry.
Aye.
Member Patel.
Aye.
Member Carbone.
Aye.
Member Camcar.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-1.
Koza's in the back. Can you go ahead and grab him? All right. With that, we will move to public hearing number 4. Martin, go ahead.
I think I'm going to kick this off real quick and then hand it off to Martin. As we do with many of our master planning efforts and other things like that, we always refer to our planning with a purpose or future with a purpose. We're at the top of that. The why we do things is the strategic priorities. And then the very thing underneath that and the top of the how, the strategic planning piece of that, is the comprehensive plan. So this is a culmination of the comprehensive plan we've been working on for the past 18 months or so. It's an overarching plan rooted in our strategic priority that guides what our city will look like in the future in terms of neighborhoods, retail, parks, infrastructure, placemaking, economic development, and all those sort of things. This plan has gone through an extensive public meeting and comment process to arrive where we are today. We had a workshop in August, followed by P&Z approving the adoption of the Pearland 2040 Comprehensive Plan in October. And so at this point, I'm going to hand it off to Martin Griggs, our Deputy Director of Community Development, and our consultant on this, Kimberly Horn, to walk us through the presentation tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Trent. So I'd just like to take a quick moment before we get started and introduce the staff that has helped bring this comprehensive plan to fruition. So starting at the end, Florence Buaku, who is one of my senior planners. Then we have Mike Shelton with Kimberly Horn, and then Josie Ortiz, who has been diligently writing this comprehensive plan with staff. She's also with Kimberly Horn. So we'll play a little bit of round robin here as we go through the presentation, just so that way you don't have to hear entirely from me tonight. So first of all, we'll walk you through the agenda. We'll talk about what a comprehensive plan is, what a comprehensive plan is not, and the elements of the comprehensive plan, and what our steps in approval in getting this plan to fruition and adopted are. Here we have a variety of chapters that we'll run through, and what you'll see tonight is primarily the executive summary, but each one of these chapters is linked back and has a wealth of information through the document itself and then through the appendices. One of the things that we really wanted to make sure that this plan included was that it was a data-driven plan, and that it had sources provided for all of the components that we could source back to relevant data on. So let's talk about what a comprehensive plan is. The comprehensive plan sets out a vision, and our vision statement that we discussed with the City Council, I want to say it was August of last year, was when we brought forward the vision statement, was that Pearland is the community of choice, providing its diverse population with a strong economy balanced by a mix of uses, places of value where people desire to live, work, and play, and making smart investments in existing and future assets. And we used a variety of guiding principles to help us guide this plan and ensure that everything that is being proposed is being a good steward of those principles. So whether it's assets, smart investments, places of value, a strong economy, or maintaining that diverse population. So this vision is backed up by state law and is authorized by both Chapter 213 and 211 of the Texas Local Government Code. And you know, this is truly what staff and what our Planning and Zoning Commission believes is a statement of the future and provides a vision for development to take place. So the comprehensive plan is not the zoning document. There's a difference between the future land use, which is what the comprehensive plan lays out, and then the zoning regulations that take place through the Unified Development Code to help bring forward the vision that's set forward in the comprehensive plan. So you can see on the screen on the right, we went through a variety of scenario planning to show what could develop, and then we went with what the preferred scenario was in order to help bring forward all of the goals and actionable items that are here within the plan. So again, these are the guiding principles that we ended up running the rest of this plan through. And that leads us into the first couple pages of the comprehensive plan. Here in the intro, we have the table of contents where we show each one of the chapters, starting off with the introduction, community profile, strategic direction, land use, infrastructure and public services, housing, economic development, placemaking, thoroughfare planning and mobility, parks, trails, and open space. And then we wrap it all together with implementation strategies. And the really neat thing about this plan is that each one of these sections has a set of goals and a set of actionable items that are detailed out, and then the implementation strategy brings all of those together so that way someone can easily see how all of these are interconnected. So again, this first page has acknowledgments and a lovely address from the mayor talking about how there is a limited amount of land within the city to develop and how we utilize the strategic priorities to bring together a whole community and really use the guide and the vision statement to ensure that we are building the best Pearland possible. So as stated, we had quite a few open meetings with the public and then guided meetings with both the Shadow Creek neighborhoods, the homeowners associations. We had a variety of comprehensive plan action or comprehensive plan advisory committee meetings, and then meetings with stakeholder groups and community input sessions. Out of all of that, we ended up with a social pinpoint website that detailed over 7,700 visits from 2,194 unique visitors. And the website received 295 comments and 73 survey responses. So again, this was over the past 18 months. And as you recall, though it seems like a lifetime ago, we were going through COVID. We were going through, so getting out to the public was a difficult prospect. But I think that we've had some good engagement and good outreach to ensure that the goals and ideals that are baked into this plan are actually actionable. So let me introduce Florence once again to walk us through the community profile.
Thank you, Martin. Good evening. So Martin mentioned earlier that a lot of the work we did was rooted in data. It was data-driven. And one of this is the demographics of the city of Pearland and the larger region. We do recognize that the city boundaries extend or influence the larger region, and the larger region influences the city as well. And so throughout this comprehensive plan, one thing you would see is that all the data references both Pearland, Brazoria County, as well as the greater Houston region. And we do believe that a lot of the decisions we make will impact the larger region, and so you see that included in the comprehensive plan. Apart from that, Martin mentioned that there are a lot of sources that we cite throughout the comprehensive plan, and so in our economic development section, in our demographic section, you see a lot of sources cited throughout this plan if ever there's a need to reference anything like that. And I will hand it over back to Martin.
So one key thing to point out on this, which we'll dive into deeper, is this chart here in the middle. So that you can see here that we worked through what are the developed, underdeveloped, and undeveloped sites throughout both the city limits and through the extraterritorial jurisdiction. So this ties in and plays a part in the role where we indicate that some things are greenfield and still yet to be developed. Some are underdeveloped. They may have a single-family residence on a 10 or 20-acre site that could still be developed further. But this is an ongoing theme that we'll highlight throughout the presentation. Josie, if you'll talk about the strategic direction.
Sure. So the first part of any planning process is really do that visioning statement that Martin mentioned earlier, and he did go into that, so I'm not going to touch too much on that, but I wanted to point out the guiding principles are really rooted in the strategic priorities from you all. They do have a lot of overlap, but the vision and goals that we set for this plan are for the planning process itself to make sure that we keep on task as we went through the plan. And so what you'll see up there is what we're calling the preferred scenario, which is ultimately that future land use plan that we're recommending tonight. And we believe the mix of uses that's presented there really does follow the vision statement and the guiding principles. And as you flip through the comprehensive plan, each chapter recognizes the guiding principles that it's addressing. So within that preferred scenario, and we'll get into a little bit more detail here in a minute, but we did, one of the largest things that changed in this comprehensive plan was the creation of the place types. We took the land use categories from the 2015 plan and kind of translated them into what we're calling these place types, which are a little less restrictive.
And just to expand on that, one of the really interesting things about taking from a future land use designation, which is somewhat rigid in its description, and morphing that into a place type where you can have development that takes place that may not be quite the preferred scenario, but it still matches the character. It still is reflective of the type of development that you would hope to see that's adjacent to these types of developments. So in the document itself, there's not only the single preferred, but then there's also a secondary land use or land uses that could be developed in congruency with that future place type.
So the land use chapter really goes into depth about what all of those place types are. And as Martin mentioned, they are less prescriptive. They're more descriptive about the place and what it should feel like when you're in it, which gives you all a little bit more flexibility when looking at some of the applications that come in front of you. Sometimes those land use descriptions can be too prescriptive and not allow enough flexibility. So that's one thing we tried to overcome here. Also in the land use chapter is a description of catalyst sites. So we picked these catalyst sites based on a few things. The first being the Economic Development Corporation and the work that they've done in their planning to overlap with some of the sites that they're looking at. The other was most of these, or all of these, contain large areas with contiguous parcels that are or underdeveloped. So catalyst sites are really meant to be kind of a change maker, and you do that with the larger or underdeveloped parcels.
So walking through this chart, you start off with land uses on the left-hand side. Then towards the middle of the chart, you have our existing future land use designations. And you can see that for the most part, they match up fairly well with the place types that we're proposing to have enacted on the right-hand side. But there are a few areas where you would normally have low-density residential because it is a park or a natural area that is within a subdivision, but that gets pulled out for a natural area or outdoor tourism within the future place type.
No.
So then that brings us to what is proposed as the future land use plan. One of the key things that you'll see on this future land use plan is the established residential estates. These areas are areas where we have some larger lot development that has previously taken place and where we are not recommending any drastic changes, mainly to preserve those areas. So
I'll mention on the infrastructure and public services chapter, it focuses on, as Trent mentioned, the Future with a Purpose plan shows 8 related plans to the comprehensive plan, including water, wastewater master plans, drainage master plan, thoroughfare plans, parks and rec, and Pearland prosperity plans. This chapter focuses on the relation of the land use changes to water, wastewater, and drainage, and how that basically those plans have in them assumptions based on the land uses, and now that the place types are being adopted, there will be some differences in how the development patterns go that will affect those future plans. So there's recommendations in that chapter related to updates to those plans and how those might go forward. Next slide. The next chapter is the housing chapter. This chapter is one of the hearts of the purposes of this plan, of why we did the study, to look at how the development patterns in Pearland have traditionally occurred, related mostly to single-family development, 81% of the single-family detached homes in the housing stock, and 11% of the multifamily. This chapter introduces the concept of middle market housing, sometimes known as missing middle housing, which is everything between those two extremes, and allowing for the development of that type of resource. It also shows some of the information related to accessory dwelling units. There's a chart there in the middle that identifies what ADUs may look like, and while this plan does not specifically describe policies related to ADUs, it sets some framework that may be for discussion in the Unified Development Code, which would be the program document for UDCs. This plan also discusses the comments received during the public comment period related to a desire for some attainable housing options that may be related to that drive towards missing middle housing or middle market housing.
And just one thing in addition on the accessory dwelling unit discussion, having accessory dwelling units within the document helps residents whenever they come forward and are requesting, to develop that additional unit or that additional mother-in-law suite to be developed on their property. We've heard often from residents asking for allowances on aging in place or having a place for their parents to come back and live with them on their residential lot. And by maintaining this graphic and this discussion within the comprehensive plan, it lets staff reference that as something that the plan is in support of those units to be in place. It does not take away the right for a conditional use permit to be denied. It just helps guide the conversation and state what type of unit we're looking at or what type of development we'd like to see within the city. But of course does not necessarily say that accessory dwelling units should be approved on every lot or that they should be restricted to one type or another.
Within economic development, again, we largely piggybacked off the Pearland Prosperity Plan as there was a lot of work and local knowledge put into that plan. So we largely took recommendations from there, but we also summarized the development projects that are going on for the Economic Development Company or Corporation just to highlight the work that's already happening. One of the major takeaways from this chapter was that there is a large outflow of commuters coming out of Pearland. So we did a quick analysis on where those commuters are going, and we found that the largest percentage of outflow is actually going to the Texas Medical Center in Houston. So giving some recommendations on how to keep some of those commuters within the city by making it more attractive to some more medical land uses.
So the placemaking section discusses how to beautify the city and make it a recognizable brand. And we do recognize that the PEDC keep Pearland beautiful, and the Parks Department have put in efforts in terms of wayfinding signs and landscaping just to improve the look of the city. Throughout our public engagement section, we did get comments from the public requesting or encouraging art within the city to improve the beauty of the city and to improve placemaking and create a uniquely Pearland brand. And so in the comprehensive plan, we do have recommendations for guidelines and policies to streamline that and make sure that we have a cohesive placemaking brand to make Pearland a unique and recognizable place.
Within the thoroughfare planning chapter, we summarized the most recent thoroughfare plan updates. There have been a few minor updates to the plan within the past few years. And then we also recommend a citywide update to the thoroughfare plan, which you all are currently undergoing with the Houston-Galveston Area Council. We make some recommendations regarding right-of-way expansion at intersections. So one of the things that we've been seeing is that obviously more right-of-way is required at the intersection itself to keep traffic flowing through rather than the entire corridor. So that's one of the recommendations that we make, as well as shared access to properties. So as you introduce more driveway cuts, you also introduce safety issues and some traffic flow issues. So recommending some shared access to properties. And then finally, we do a pretty comprehensive safety analysis looking at Texas Department of Transportation crash data and where future safety analysis should be looked at. And then we have the Parks, Trails, and Open Space chapter. During our public outreach throughout the plan, the number one topic that we heard from people was regarding parks and trails and how much they love them. So it's really been a gem for you all. We did an analysis using the National Recreation and Park Association data. They actually look at cities of all sizes throughout the nation. So comparing cities roughly the same size as Pearland, the top quartile of cities provide roughly 17 acres per 1,000 residents, and you all are at 23 acres per 1,000 residents. So you're vastly over the majority of similarly sized cities. So just recommendations on how to keep monitoring that as you move forward. We also recommend providing programming. One of the things that we heard from citizens is that they love the parks, but they wish there was more programmed things to do within them.
So a keen-eyed observer will have noticed that each one of the slides that we've previously discussed had a set of recommended actions that are just highlights. Again, because this is, you're getting the executive summary of the presentation. We wrap all of those up into the last section, which is the implementation strategy. This section really highlights 3 objectives, which were to encourage middle market housing, provide for future updates to the Unified Development Code, and then to continue the work within the Lower Kirby District, encouraging that plan development. So you'll see throughout each one of these strategies where we have chapters and the action and key players that are identified, and staff believes that these are a good guideline for staff to be able to carry forward and produce action, and to have this act as a true guide for the development as we continue moving forward with updates to the Unified Development Code and making development both better and easier within the city of Pearland. Here you can see where we pick up on strategy number 3 for the Lower Kirby District. And then our next steps, really and truly, we're at the public hearing that is required for adoption. Council will take action on the ordinance, and then we'll move into implementation where we actually carry through some of those action items that are discussed. We're already have an approved UDC rewrite, so we're already a little ahead of the game. But there are other actionable items that we'll continue to work through and budget towards. One thing to highlight before we turn it back to you, Mayor, is that Texas Local Government Code 213 is on the slide talking about adoption or amendment of the comprehensive plan. And it states that a comprehensive plan may be adopted or amended by ordinance following a hearing at which the public is given the opportunity to give testimony and present written evidence, and review by the municipality's planning commission or department if one exists, which we have carried forward that action with the approval by the Planning and Zoning Commission, and that a municipality may establish in its charter or by ordinance procedures for adopting and amending a comprehensive plan, which we've satisfied those requirements by having this public hearing. So with that, Mayor, I will pass it back to you.
All right, very good presentation. I know start to finish, or at least to this point, we've been in this for 2 years-ish?
Just shy.
Just shy. So, as for the public, this isn't something we rush out and do. This has been an update that's been coming for, quite a few years. We do periodically make some changes along the way, or changes to the, future land use plan or the zoning ordinance, but this is really a guide map and a roadmap for the future of the city. And a lot of people think the comprehensive plan is really about land use. But the comprehensive plan is truly that. It's the plan for our future city. So where roads are going to be, where trails are going to be, where parks, it does have a component of land use. It does have a component of all of those kind of components in it. And then certain types of whether it's housing types or multifamily types or whatever type of development that you're looking for. So it really brings it all into, one, and it's a weighty document. It's a big document, but it puts it all into one. So if somebody from the outside is looking to see what our city is looking and striving to be, this is where you go to look for it. So since the staff is also the applicant, I'm assuming we've given the applicant's report as well. So with that, we'll move to those wishing to speak for or against this proposed request. You can go to the podium, give us your name and address. You have 3 minutes to speak. Second request for those wishing to speak for or against this proposed measure. And third and final time, those wishing to speak for or against this proposed request. Seeing no one moving in that direction, we'll turn it over to City Council for questions, comments, and concerns. Is that
Mayor?
Ms. Cade?
Martin, can I ask you, on the page where it lists the people who had a hand in this, there was a couple of groups, or 5 groups listed, I believe. Meetings with the community. What was the process to get chosen for those meetings? Just one homeowners association, one club? What was the selection process there?
So, again, going back to the time where we were developing these meetings and bringing forward, John McDonald and city administration at that time discussed kind of which priorities we had in meeting places. So Shadow Creek had 4 different homeowners associations, and it was seen as a good opportunity to pull all of those together. And then we met with the Parks and Recreation Beautification Board, the Chamber of Commerce, Keep Pearland Beautiful, the Lions Club, and again, those were chosen just because they were seen as having a large breadth throughout the community.
Martin, do we have records of it? Because I don't recall this meeting taking place specifically with Keep Pearland Beautiful. I'm curious when that took place.
And
All of those are in the appendices.
was it the Lions Club, the men's Lions Club?
I believe so, yes.
Aren't you a Lion, Jeff?
I might have missed that meeting.
So I just wanted to know what that selection process looked like, since it's a very specific set of residents. That's all right now. Thank you.
I know I attended a meeting that was at the West Pearland Community Center. It wasn't one of these groups. It was.
But I went to a couple at the rec center. Yeah.
It was open to the public. There was, and then there were several at the rec center that I think these are directly with community groups. But then in addition to that, there were, I call it open call to the public to come look at it. Right.
And all of those meetings and the minutes and the provided documents are within the appendices.
Member Carbone?
Yeah, I was going to say a quick search shows that it was on October 19th for KPB, and someone by the name of Adrian is Beautiful was signed in. So I just don't know if that's you or not. I'm not going to opine there, but yeah. No, I appreciate all the opportunity to through this process to reach out. Couple of specific questions. If you go to, I guess, page 78 of the actual document, it's specifically around action 5.7, where it talks about public safety. Yeah, it wasn't in the slide. It was in the bigger presentation. I guess that action 5.7 speaks to the public safety or first responders per 1,000. Per 1,000, I think it says residents served. And I guess update the staffing plan based on the future land use, population projections, and industry best practices in excess of one first responder per 1,000 residents served. Back during the budget cycle, I mean, we're nowhere near that, if my memory serves correct. I guess it brings up the bigger. This is a lot of work, a lot of thought. Where does the budget come into this? Because I see billions of dollars here, and I guess in the process, was budget constraints ever discussed?
Thank you, Counselor, for the question. That specific item is related to build-out conditions. So the future land use plan does project forward to the ultimate development. And so what it's saying here is, as we change the development patterns and those densities are different, that we're recommending that the staffing plans for the fire department and I believe the police department be updated towards those best practices. As to the question related to budgeting, the future land use plan and the comprehensive plan itself is not necessarily a budget document. It's a vision and land use planning document. And so the idea here is that as the future with a purpose chart shows, that these form foundational elements that then convey through your CIP and your annual budget process.
Okay. That's like asking my wife what she wants the house to look like versus me. And that's where the rubber meets the road, and I don't know how we reconcile those two. But back to that Action 5.7, I guess now both chiefs are back there. Will we then take the future land use and the projected population and use that to sketch out some future staffing? I hate to ask what that looks like, because we're, some would argue, grossly understaffed right now. So again, it all comes back to money and the budget. And so great plan, looks pretty. How are we going to fund all this is, I guess, my bigger question and takeaway from all this. That's all I have for right now.
Yeah, and I think it ultimately depends on just the pace of development, right? I mean, it's one thing to have land use on a page or here's our thoughts and ideas. The second thing is what actually happens with permitting. I mean, where it's been right now and has been for the last couple of years, you know, if we keep on pace with that, I don't know about future projections and how fast that's going to be. So, but to your point, absolutely. I mean, I think all of this is going to cause, at some level, even if we put on, you know, more dense or even less dense, what happens with police, fire, and other employees, even public works and others, you know, just the amount of work that ultimately gets done. A great question, one that you have to have consideration as you move into it. So, Mr. Berry?
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm not going to belabor this too much. You know, we talked about in the plan, there were all these corridor overlays or projected corridor overlays. I just want to be cognizant, because I recall going through this with River Mist recently, where we had this big discussion about the type of fencing and things of that sort, and then the cost associated to the HOAs associated with that as well. So if we designate these areas corridor overlays after the fact, then maybe the HOAs need to be notified in advance so that they can start charging the appropriate amount of money to their residents, so that they can maintain the corridor overlay as a development team sees fit, right? So there is a more substantial cost associated with that. The other thing too is we were talking about these ADUs, and we started talking about housing and stuff like that, and we've had millions of conversations about that missing middle. I shudder to think that in our plan, we only show ADUs as kind of where Pearland wants to go, because we have neighborhoods like Shady Crest, Wood Creek, where Laney lives, some of our older neighborhoods that would be suspect to this type of development. I don't know that any of those folks moved into those neighborhoods thinking that they could potentially have, you know, houses across the street where it's okay to have, garage apartments on every house or whatnot. So I would be very careful with that. I think it's certainly a type of offering, but I think maybe we need to sharpen our pencil when it comes to figuring out, and maybe work with the development community a little bit closer to figure out what the alternatives are to find that missing middle, that $250,000 home or that, whatever it is, whatever it might be, the missing middle for us. But, the fact of the matter is we were talking earlier in the planning and zoning meeting where we have $2,000 apartments now in Pearland. So that's substantially higher than my mortgage. So it's just a concern. I really do think we need to focus on those things, but I don't like the idea of just having ADU only options in there. That's my only concern there. So thank you. Great job on this, by the way.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Along that same lines on the ADU, I have some real concerns about it. We're talking about mother-in-law's quarters here. What happens when the mother-in-law dies? What does that become?
So currently, the city council has seen 2 accessory dwelling units over the past 7 years. Both of the times it was brought up what happens after the nephew or the mother-in-law or what have you. Some of those accessory dwelling units had conditions that said that they needed to stay within family as a means of controlling the rental market. Some of those ADUs did not have that consideration. Each one is kind of case sensitive and specific to its location with the way that it is currently being regulated throughout the city, as it is approved by conditional use permit right now. So by having this discussion within the comprehensive plan, it allows staff to say that, for someone that is green to development and does not necessarily, have the depth of knowledge, but does show someone that this is a type of development that could be sought, it still maintains the path that the regulations of the Unified Development Code have to be applied. It's still, the site has to have capacity, be it green space that is currently in there, or a renovation to the garage to be able to provide that accessory dwelling unit. Each site is going to have its own constraints and its own issues as we move forward. As far as the end user, right now it's really up to what council approves through the conditional use permit process. Again, on some of them, we've limited it to just family members. On others, it's been a little more open. But currently, it is still approved by a conditional use permit, so each one is going to be visited and run through the public notification and through the steps necessary to approve that permit.
Okay, so Darren, how does the city enforce whether somebody's a family member or not?
I'm gonna actually, since Lawrence works mostly with the UDC, I'm gonna go ahead and allow Lawrence to. Well, no.
I'd like to thank Mr. Coker for giving me the opportunity. But since I can't do that, I'll try to answer the question. It can be a regulatory nightmare. We get the complaint, then you try to make contact with the homeowner, and then somebody has to have probable cause to say that that person is not related to the family member in some way. To establish that probable cause, sometimes you get a lease, and it can resolve it. Sometimes when confronted with law enforcement, people aren't always honest. and that becomes a different issue.
I would
for
agree
us.
with that.
I don't know how to answer that other than to say, we ask and we hope that people are as honest with us as we try to be with them. And there are neighbors who know, and sometimes the neighbor is the one who complained, and the neighbor is the one who can share information with us showing that that person is not related in some way.
So we do guide our development under a UDC that has zoning laws. What this is eating at is we're going to throw our zoning out. Because at the end of the day, we can't sit there and say a family member or not. We had a short-term rental within the last couple of years that everybody that rented from him was a friend. It was a nightmare. I'm sure you're very familiar with what the enforcement was, and our municipal judge did not want to get into this type of stuff right here.
I understand your concerns. Again, as a prosecutor, I can only use the tools that we have, which are the zoning ordinances. That's how we try to address those issues. That's how we try to enforce that. And it may be that our fine folks from community development or the comprehensive plan team in their entirety, they may have experience in other communities that have found better tools to use this. And I don't want to say that those aren't available to us. And I would turn and ask, from an enforcement perspective, what tools are y'all seeing when you come forward with the recommendation?
So from a land use perspective, we rely on the definitions that are within the Unified Development Code to be able to say what structures are allowed for what types of uses. We went forward with an amendment to Chapter 5 that basically described a residence as a dwelling unit that has a kitchen, a bathroom, and a place of living. When we have site plans that come forward that indicate that maybe there are multiple or a plethora of living areas, that raises the question of how is this building actually being used, and we get into a conversation at that time. Again, the comprehensive plan is not a zoning regulation.
I understand that it's not a zoning, but it's the basis for it. It's the foundation of. And when you have something like this in here, we sit here in our zoning, our CUPs, and worry about what happens when this building sells. There was a furniture store out off of 288 that I sat in this very room and listened to about the parking spaces and what the future use was going to be when the furniture store was no longer in business. And it got shot down because of, I think it was 2 or 3 parking spaces. And we were concerned more about what the future was than what the current situation is. While I'm not against a mother-in-law or a family member living there, it's what happens when our neighborhoods start having more and more of these, and it's more removed from the person that built it, what becomes of it. Because now we're taking single-family dwellings that we have zoned all across our city, and we're making it completely multifamily. We are no longer single-family. So what I bought my house as, in the neighborhood I live in, as an R1 is now not. And you change that with this document right here. That's what my concern is.
Good evening, everybody. Mayor Cole, members of council. So just to weigh in a little bit, I certainly see where you're coming from, and I think we've even had some similar conversations in the past with the comprehensive plan process. I think the UDC would be the best place to address those issues in the how exactly. To echo a little bit or to follow up on what Lawrence mentioned, and as many of you know, whenever we receive complaints, staff researches those individually. And as you also know, sometimes that does take time, just as far as researching complaints while also being customer service minded is a patience game. And so through collaborating with the Fire Marshal's Office and the Code Enforcement Division, we would look into those individually to see if there are violations related to a CUP or the zoning district. But I do, ultimately this is about giving us the framework for what has become, and I'm not saying this is going to be something that's going to resonate well, but this is something that has become an accepted solution to the housing issue, and that's what it's here for. It's just a discussion right now, and we'll certainly take notes depending on what y'all's conversation goes with.
Well, you and I had a discussion this week about short-term rentals and the nightmare that you felt was coming for regulating them. This, I think, would be even worse because the sheer number of homes that we have in the city of Pearland and the sheer number of ADUs that could pop up could be a lot worse.
Certainly hear that. I think one step further though is that conditional use permit. That is a good amount of oversight that actually come before this body every time to say yes or no to. And again, through the UDC rewrite, we can look at mechanisms of density, number of ADUs in an area, and look for ways to make sure we do this, if we do this, in a way our community is comfortable with.
Well, my personal preference would be see a zoned area for this type of development, not allow it to pop up anywhere. So that's what I have to say on that.
Yeah, so put the ADU graphic back up real quick. I had something to piggyback on that. There we go. So I get the detached ADU. It's a separate building, backyard, side yard, whatever. But the attached, what's the difference between this and just somebody adding on to their house? I mean, they simply add a room to their house, or they add, they have a detached garage and they add a second floor to it, or whatever. What's the difference? Because if somebody wants to add on to their house, I don't know that they come in here for a CUP, add on to their house. But yet we're classifying that as an ADU. So help me understand the difference there.
So this graphic is simply showing availability for an accessory dwelling unit to take shape. What makes for an ADU is that full additional dwelling unit. And as I mentioned previously, that dwelling unit is defined by having a place to live, a place to cook food, and a place to use the restroom.
Okay, so that's what defines it. So if somebody comes in and just adds on to their house,
it's just an addition to their house.
It's just an addition to their house. There could be a mother-in-law that lives there.
Correct.
But doesn't necessarily have all of the conditions.
It doesn't have all three of those pieces.
Okay.
So if someone comes in and proposes 2 kitchens, we immediately start questioning what the use of that property is.
Okay. The hard part here is just in the day and time we live, take aside the missing middle for a second. Take that aside, just with aging population, people taking care of a mother-in-law or a father-in-law or somebody like that that's aging and they need to take care of them at home. I see the need for something like this, and I think that's what then leads to the situation that you're talking about, Mayor Pro Tem. And so, I don't know that we need to quote unquote forbid it, but it's how we implement it is ultimately going to be the question. And I, like I just wrote some questions down on the ADUs. Are we talking about only and again, I know this is UDC, and once we get to the UDC, we're going to have to define this, but are ADUs, for new development? So when you move in day one, it's understood that you can do A, B, and C with your property. You can add this, or you can take that and add a different unit to it. Or is this going to be an existing, add it to existing properties? Again, we start getting into setbacks, we get into adjacency rules and those types of things. And I think that ultimately in the UDC itself is how we have to define it and really understand where it goes, because you're right, we have a lot of, R1, R2, R3 subdivisions. You have certain subdivisions that I don't even know if you would have space, period, to be able to do it, versus something that's built new, it's understood you can have that. I know Baker's Landing, for example, some of those houses built in Baker's Landing are multi-generational housing.
And they're missing one piece.
Yeah.
So what happens is if you buy that house, I guess after the fact, somebody can put that piece in. The city never knows.
Right. So that's something that we have to be cognizant of. I have a question for the consultants, actually. What is your definition of missing middle?
Thank you, Mayor. We follow the missing middle handbook, and that definition is basically everything between the single-family detached and the large multifamily apartment complexes. So that would include the duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, cottage courts, courtyard building, townhouses, multiplexes, and live-work units.
Okay. So it's not necessarily a price point, it's use.
Right. It's been that trend throughout the country, not specific to Texas or Pearland, that there has been, because of the way the development patterns work right now, the zoning regulations push and work better for single family developments and for large multi complexes. So you see, just by the percentages you see in the city, and that chart right there with the bands of color illustrates Pearland versus Brazoria County versus Houston area versus the entire United States. And you can see that the maroon, I'm afraid to say maroon, but I can't come up with a different color for that. That's a single family.
Right.
That Pearland is basically shows quite a bit more of that than any of the other comparison zones there.
Right. Okay. Thank you for that, Ms. Cade.
Thank you, Mayor. Martin, looking over this, I can't help but think that it's too narrow of a group of responses. Some of the meetings had the same people, and it was 73 survey responses from the public. It seems like we should. I know I was at the meetings. I know you tried to get people there. It's not your fault, but I wish we had a bigger sampling of the residents.
I will say that we sent this out through all of the utility bills. It was featured on all of the public outreach opportunities that we have. We were really excited about the SharePoint site because it allowed people to go and place individual pins on areas where they felt specific comments needed to be addressed.
It was beautiful. I know it was great. I just wish we had a bigger sampling. I just wanted to say that. I have no ideas of how to get more. I guess go door to door, which is of course completely unrealistic. But you and Vance can go door to door, knock with a big Post-it or something. But just thank you. But I just wanted to point that out. It seems like a bigger sampling would be nice. Thank you.
Member Patel, did you have a comment?
Yes, Mayor. Thank you. So my two train of thoughts are, I concur with Councilmember Cade. I think that sample size seems relatively small for a large community, and I don't know how to get engaged right with a larger sample. And the second thing, I think Carbone definitely had a very good point. How do we pay for this, right? We struggle every year with budgets. And my biggest thing is the questions you guys are asking are great questions. But I guess the question I want to know is, did you ask the citizens or any of them, where would you want to cut? Every year, I like parks. We have enough parks, but yet you're telling me in this survey that the people who filled out their survey wanted more activity at the parks. Our parks budgets are very tight. How do I pay for this, right? I mean, it's easy to say, and then what happens is we get this comprehensive plan thrown in our face saying, see, this is what the voters wanted. This is what they want. And we tell them we don't have the money. And then the minute we go up on our tax rates, there's a line out here. So, it's great. This is great presentation, like my neighbor here, Jeff Berry, said, but it does me no good if I can't pay for it. This is, to me, honestly, it's a lot of waste of paper and money. Because the question is, how do I pay and implement this when we are already struggling with the tax rate? We're already struggling, not meeting our current budget needs. So you guys are giving us this and saying, adopt it. And then what's going to happen down the line, the department heads are going to come and say,
well, this is what we approved in 2040 plan. And it's like, wait a minute, we don't have the money. We can't meet our police and fire department needs today. Yet you're telling me, oh, they want more parks. They want more programs in the parks. Where is the dollars coming from? If you can figure that out, those are the questions I wish you would have asked to say, you know, out of $1, how much should go towards park? 20% of your budget? How much? But that's not what you're giving me. You're just telling me what I want. I want more parks. I want more trails. Where do I get the money? So to me, this is kind of a waste of taxpayers' money.
Go ahead, Member Campcar, go ahead.
Yeah, need a palate cleanser after that. Thank you to the staff and the team. I know this is a 2-year-long process. I've been to some of these meetings, and I think it's interesting. It is a lot to digest. As somebody who works in and around this field on some of these items, it is a lot. And for somebody who's coming cold to this, citizens, stakeholders, it's just a lot. So I think we have to understand that. I think for me, I look at this as this is a guiding document. This is not the document. This is aspirational in a lot of places. But the irony is you try to get to the moon, and you have to go do the different series to get to orbit. And then you get to orbit, you get to the moon, and then you land on the moon. It doesn't happen overnight by any stretch. So I'd like to go on a couple of items and get a little more clarity. Can we go to page 43 of this document? It's got a graphic in the lower right corner, and it's kind of the categories, existing land use, and then it's the new place types. It's 43 on the page document. So I don't know. I know you had some Roman numerals. Here we go. This is it. There we go. So just so I understand how the gears work, we need to go vote this, approve or disapprove. And then we're going to keep the P&Z process in place after this document moves through, let's call it, not approval, but implementation. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah, so there's still going to be a P&Z with P&Z commissioners. There's going to be probably a UDC rewrite as part of this process. In the buckets, I'm going to say buckets, R1, R2, general business, all those types, the things that you see here, I guess on the left-hand side, commercial, open space, industrial. We are transitioning over to what's on the right-hand side.
So let me break this down a little, or have some continued.
Remember, you gotta talk slow. I'm an Aggie, so I don't talk too fast for me. Okay?
So
all Aggies in the room, he said it.
I'll own it. It's real late.
So the future, or the land uses that are described on this page are simple breakdowns. So, you know, you have your Euclidean residential, commercial, industrial, mixed use. And then the middle are our existing future land use designations. So in the conditional use permit earlier, where we were talking about designations, but then we're also talking about zoning, we're breaking that up so that way it doesn't sound quite so much like designation and district. So
let me rewrite your comment here. So we're going to go do residential, and we're going to go now call it traditional residential for a CUP.
We're going to say that it is R1 zoned property that has a future place type that is traditional residential.
And what that future place type has not been defined. That'll be defined in the UDC. Or UDC rewrite.
The traditional residential is defined within the comprehensive plan. So the comprehensive plan has a page onto itself that says traditional residential across the top, and then it shows an example of what character you would expect to find in a traditional residential neighborhood.
Before us is a governing document in regards. This document before us is a governing document in regards to future use items, and it's outside the purview of the UDC.
Correct. So what was in the public the document that was attached to the agenda is the full comprehensive plan. So what is being shown on the screen is just the executive summary.
No, and I understand that.
And-
right?
no, no, and-
somebody, and I'm trying to understand how the plumbing works.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to eat you up on it. So we're going to have somebody go through the UDC piece, and they're going to then have to say compact residential in regards to the comprehensive plan does A, B, C, and D. And if it doesn't, they have to go back and say you didn't do item number 3 on the compact residential in the comprehensive plan.
So the nice thing about under today's rules and regulations, if we did that, the presentation for the CUP or for the zone change would say that staff has identified that the designation or the place type for that area doesn't support the request. Under these new place types, there is both a primary and a secondary set of uses. So the place types that we're going to actually offers a greater toolkit for staff to be able to say, is this strictly fitting the traditional residential bucket, or is this adjacent to the bucket, but is still generally what we would expect within a traditional residential place type?
I'm getting in the weeds here, but is there another city in the region that does a format similar to this?
We have implemented place types at several other cities. Locally, the closest one would be Santa Fe. Texas adopted it. But in North Texas, I could bring you a list of other cities, and I believe Kerrville is also on that list. But those are the ones I have off the top of my head. Do you know, Josie?
I know Farmersville and the city of Anna have also adopted these. Also not local, but
You're not striking me with confidence and building my confidence there.
Well, and then to the difference is that, City of Houston doesn't have zoning at all. So it's a difference of a fundamental approach from what Pearland has done traditionally as well.
In some ways, that might be better as a more dynamic economic driver. In some ways. Interesting. Okay, I have to think about that for a second. Can we go to the item, the chapter 5 piece on this? I had items 5.1 and 5.2. To Member Patel's point, I won't complain as much, but I'll say this. This is a anchoring document on when do we need to do those plans. The drainage plan, which everybody knows is my favorite word, hasn't been updated since 2018. Is there a prescriptive element in terms of the timing of the rework on these plans? Is there a general outline, or is it just do this sometime in the next, let's call it 10 years?
There's no prescriptive element related to this. By the Texas Local Government Code suggests that the comprehensive plan itself be updated every 5 years. And then this plan specifically notes that because of the change in the place types that will affect the land use patterns, that we recommend an update to the water, wastewater, and drainage plans to reflect those density changes.
there is in the appendix a general guidance on when to update these things or when to enact these things. It's in the appendix. It's not in the document in front of you. But it breaks it up into short-term, mid-term, and long-term, and that's generally the guidance that it gives. Again, this comprehensive plan is meant to be a guiding document for the next 10 to 40 years.
Got it. Okay. Can we go to item 7, chapter 7? The recommendations are overly broad. I would give you one. I would posit one. Let's just have the biggest employer not be the school district. Maybe that's aspirational, but Kelsey-Seybold is slowly inching their way up there. They're still halfway there. But it's just struck me as these are relatively ho-hum type items, and I would think we should amend into that, but that's just my thoughts. Page 95 and 117, item 6.10. It might be further on. I think it may have gone into the direct recommendations. is page 95 on that document. It's the 6.1.
Member Kamkar, are you looking at the encourage middle market housing?
The one. I'll preface this while they're working. I think the mayor and I have spoken at different times. I've spoken with other members. The UDC rewrite that we need to do is very imperative. The city is really transitioning away from when it was growing as a NASA suburb, and then racing to Fort Bend County. Cities of our size, and especially of our time frame, 50, 60-year type cities, need to really start thinking about what do they do with certain sites that are troublesome, older stock. You're seeing that with the PEDC, what we're spending dollars on in Halleck and other areas where we're doing that. That is a completely different set of code. Reworking an existing building is so much harder than it is to scrape a building. That's why you see that. We don't want to be Sugarland, we want to be Pearland, but there just needs to be an understanding of what does new development in a new building look like and feel like, and what does something that we want to preserve architectural heritage, we want to preserve other items. In that rewrite, if we scroll to the bottom, we talk about that a little bit. I would just really, really encourage, I won't be on the council at this time, that you look at a separate set, like a city that has gone through this, because those challenges are really, really different. If we go do the Old Town site, which we've been talking about for 2 decades, we go hard into that, you just have buildings that are older, of a different vintage. They require different love. I would just really emphasize that point to the members on the council and the people who are going to be on the implementation side on this, that they're two different things. I don't know how else to say that. Can we go to page 117? Here we go. There's a lot of meat on this bone. The item that stuck out to me was a 116, RR 116, which was the, we'll just scroll up just a tad. Shared driveways, parking incentives, and sidewalk design. I concur with that, some of that. The shared driveway, I think, it's a very urban solution for a very, very, very dense city. I think as you would talk with Member Koza and others, we have a very, very suburban R1, R2 type city. I don't know that that is the answer. It might be aspirational, but I just struggle with that because that's a very different box. When you start talking about shared driveways, you start getting into ownership items, who manages the culvert, who's doing replacement. It veers really, really hard into some thorny issues that they sound good on the paper, but then when you start to go and figure out how to nuts and bolts that work, get really, really difficult really quickly. So that's just something that stuck out to me. The Home Builders Association did not support this when it went to the city of Houston, their rewrite. So just trying to highlight a thorny issue before it gets there.
I think it ends up being how.
Absolutely. I mean, the idea is good, but then homeowner A really, really loves it. Homeowner B is like, screw you.
Yeah, devil is in that detail.
Yeah. Absolutely. And then I'm going to start wrapping. Page 145, 921, and I have a lot of heartburn here. This is a transit type, around 9.20, working with Metro and 921 on bus options, express transit. I know we've had the HGAC people, Houston Galveston Area Council, have brought their teams to come and discuss this. Buses from Houston have fallen flat in that survey. They've fallen flat before at previous iterations on that. That's not a go to the mattresses item, but that's just one that I'm generally not comfortable, and I haven't heard anybody in the citizenry come and tell me this is something that's burning up on them. As Member Koza pointed out, this is an anchoring type document of aspiration. I'm going to be making a motion to pull these out. I don't know where it's going to go. I honestly don't care. I'd rather be caught trying. If it goes, great. If it doesn't, that's fine. I just think we have to be really, really conscientious on that. Item 9.17. I have a lot of heartburn on that. The chamber at one point fought some of the expansion items that TxDOT wanted to do along FM 518, as in taking too much right of way, damaging businesses. I've been to those discussions. I don't know that I want to put that as an anchoring document that we're doing that, at least not with further discourse. So I'll think about how we amend that. Here's the thing, TxDOT controls that road. We don't. All we can do is cry loudly about it and see if they will stop or at least adjust their planning on that. But as an anchoring document that we've talked about, we're kind of setting an aspirational tone. I'm not sure that I want to aspire there.
So just a quick point there, with the working with the chamber and through that process, we did get the state to make some changes to the corridor.
No, Trent.
Okay, so.
Doesn't mean I won't cry loudly and still, get run over. So, yes.
Member Campbell, if I can, just a note, one of the ideas within the comprehensive plan was to draw in those additional documents. So anytime that you see green text within the actionable items, we're strictly copying over from, in particular, what's on the screen right now.
Sure.
Notes out that these are all action items from Pearland Prosperity. So it's and educating both ways, and also for the public, this isn't necessarily a new idea. It's just putting all the ideas in the same place so that way we can all have the conversation.
I don't disagree with you. I just want to let you know I was ideologically consistent in 2020. There was an item on the multimodal plan around bus stops, and I caught a lot of hell. It was like the first time that Alex raised Cain, and I was very, very happy to raise Cain on that issue. I still lost, but I think in the public sphere I probably won. So I'm real happy to. I hear what you're saying. I don't agree with everything in the Pearland Prosperity Plan. That's okay. The last thing that the notes, I really am happy with where we are going. There's not everything you have to agree with, but I think Member Patel brought up a really interesting question. How the hell do we do this? And the irony with that is that's why you're here. You signed up for the job, you maybe block walked, maybe you put a sign up, but complaining about it to the staff isn't really the answer. It's how do you put those priorities together? The citizens put a lot of time and trust in us to go do the job. Member Koza is bringing a lot of great comments. I don't necessarily agree with 100% of them, but we agree on a lot more than we disagree about on this. He's bringing up a point, and we have to kind of work on that, and it's going to be a converging solution. So we'll work on that together, but this is a document that is where we want to go. It didn't say how to pay for it. We have to figure that out. And that'll be a year-by-year thing. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Very good. Mayor Pro Tem.
And yeah, my last thing to comment on, page 61, 4.12. Right there it says encourage the development of a hotel conference center and indoor sports complex facility. I put some supplementals into what's happening currently in Conroe right now. When Member Barry and I were going through our onboarding process, we sat with the EDC, and one of the things that we talked about was this type thing right here. And we were both told that we really need to watch what's going on in Conroe because this is similar to what we want to do here in Pearland. If you take the time to look at my supplementals, I think there was 5 different articles that I submitted for this, and basically it started out with number 1 is look how bright and shiny this idea is, look how great this is, it's going to be really wonderful for our neighborhood. The next article was, uh-oh, the wheels are coming off the bus, it's $5 million. Then it went back and it said, well, we need another $5 million. By the time it was done, it was 15. Last article stated this is going to be a money pit for years to come. This type stuff, when we're talking about budget, when we're talking about expenditures, this right here is a danger Pearland does not need. So that's my comments on this. And if we vote on this tonight, I'll be a no on the whole plan.
Thank you, Mayor. I got a few things. One is on the thoroughfare plan, the proposed thoroughfare plan. One thing I would like to just get out of all of our planning, which we've discussed multiple times, is that future acquisition of Reed Road North I think it needs to stop where it is, to be honest, and not connect all the way through. I think we've got enough of that north-south connection in the city to manage, and I would like to just see that out. I mean, it's been brought up multiple times over the years, and that's something that I would like to see change. I did pull up the Keep Pearland Beautiful meeting minutes, though, and here in this document it said it was the 18th, but it was actually the 19th. And I saw both on the document here as well as the meeting minutes that there was a presentation given, but it was then we were supposed to have a follow-up meeting for the input part, and it never occurred. So there was never any input provided by Keep Pearland Beautiful for this plan. So I guess it's probably too late at this point, but just for the sake of clarity. And then I also I did agree. One of the points that was made earlier as just, I think, a great goal, something really, I think, clear to put in a plan like this that would give us a really nice target to throw a dart at, really is to try to get a top employer that's not a government entity. I think that is a really nice, clear goal that we can work towards. And I think there are a lot of things in the implementation strategy that can work towards that. On here, though, I mean, green space, I know was brought up earlier, and I think that this doesn't necessarily 100% align even with the Parks Master Plan. And what I would like to see in future land use, one of the strategies in here was talking about making more of the employment centers walkable and things like that. And I don't see that I guess the future land use to me, even looking at Old Town, for instance, it's like residential mainly, and then at the top part, I understand it's like, the manufacturing and so forth. Just doesn't scream to me that we have anything really clear on the future land use plan that aligns with some of these goals, that has defined an area really where there will be kind of that walkable center of kind of that development where you have employers and places for people to interface with different retail shops and kind of live there and work there and play there. It doesn't really pop out to me. And so I feel like there's been a lot going into this, and the implementation strategy, is there. But if I'm just looking at this based on all the conversation, all the 1 point, 2 point, 3 point, 4 points that we have in here, there's nothing really that establishes like a really, and the reason I brought up the employment goal, Mayor, was because to me that's like a really clear thing. It's like, oh gosh, we're working towards this. I don't really see anything like that pops out in this plan. And I would like to see that. And then in addition to all of that, with the future land use as well, and kind of looking at the kind of layout of the green space, we had put in our Parks Master Plan about potential sites for future parks, and I would like to see that reflected in here as well. But let's see, what was the last point? I waited so long, I forgot most of what I was going to say. Okay, I think I covered most of that. I'm sorry? Yeah, but what was I going to say about Lions Club? Oh, yeah, the Lions Club piece is not in here. So all of the other meetings are listed in the appendix, but the Lions Club meeting is not listed. I did see that some of the feedback was provided, though. Okay, I think that's most of what I wanted to say. But I think there are small little things that we were discussing, like little things that need to be cleaned up in the actual wording and so forth. But yeah, I was looking over here earlier at the Pearland, was it the Leadership Academy? Is that what it's called? Okay, yeah, there we go. Jim pointed out multiple times that I wasn't part of it, so that's why I can't remember it. Sorry, Dr. A. But when we were going over this, I look at this and I think about it, and I'm like, this should be like one of the most interesting things that we put out into the community, right? It is the roadmap for the future of our city. Oh my gosh, I'm turning into Alex. But when we're presenting it, it just doesn't really, there's nothing in it that, again, really pops out. And I would like to see this almost, and this is, I guess, directed towards Kimley, I would like to see this almost reformatted in a way to where it's more digestible and easier to communicate to people, and so that they feel like, okay, yeah, I understand, I'm part of the community and this aligns with what I would like to see. It's so many bytes that I'm just not really sure that it's useful to anybody outside of the people behind the desk and dais. So I think from an adoption standpoint, there are some things that I would just like to see addressed before we adopt this. So I'm not really sure where to go there, but I'll pause there, Mayor, because we got plenty more to do. Thank you.
All right. Sounds good. Lots of good feedback, lots of good input. In fact, this has been probably one of the few times that we've had this much input for the comp plan with the council. So I'm not sure, honestly, with staff, if we're going to be ready to adopt tonight, because I think we need to digest some of these comments and how we address those before just voting on it. And I know, everybody wants to get going and get this thing implemented and all those kind of things, but I think we need to have a document that this body can get fully behind and ready to go. And I'll say this to the body: there may be 1 or 3 things that a member just has some heartburn about, but yet the rest of the document is in great shape. And then the person next door, may have 1 or 2 things that's different. That's going to happen in this document. And I want to make sure that we're measuring our expectation, that I don't expect that every member up here will get 100% of everything they want in this document to be perfect, but be workable. And here's the other thing: whatever's in this document is a roadmap, but it doesn't say, it doesn't fund it. We still have the opportunity of how does it get funded, how does it get implemented, all of those kind of things. It's just simply a roadmap that ultimately gets there. And I know it's the first piece, kind of starts you down the road, but at the end of the day, it's got to come back to, when do you implement certain things?
Right. But the only problem is, it's the foundation for.
Absolutely.
I told you so, and here's where it came.
Absolutely, absolutely. So, which is why I think we need to have some work on it with some of the comments that are here tonight, so we can get back to this desk and have that foundation that we can agree on.
So you're asking me to make a motion for postponement?
Well, we're
So,
not at that
Mayor,
point yet.
before we do that, maybe a couple things. There is the implementation strategy in Chapter 11.
Right.
And maybe, that kind of takes 3 major strategies. I know we've got in each section, we've got the kind of implementation plan. But, if those are the 3 main strategies, I think if you're looking for like the thing that this says we're going to do, maybe that, or the thing that pops, maybe that's the place to start. And I know there's things within this that we heard tonight that we maybe need to take a look at.
Right.
But those 3 things are: encourage the middle market housing, and that can take many forms, as we heard tonight. Updating Unified Development Code, which we've funded and we're moving in that direction. And then plan development of the Lower Kirby District. And then the other thing I heard tonight is, in a lot of these different sections and the action items in each of those sections, there are items that are coming from other plans. And, some of those plans maybe have a little age on them, and we need to kind of scrutinize some of those. So that would be one place to look at, as well as along with the comments that we heard tonight.
Mr. Hernandez?
I remembered what the last thing was. So at the Arts Master Plan meeting, I asked, is there a reason why we're not taking this to the public rather than asking the public to bring it to us? I said, why aren't we going to the town center and setting something up on the sidewalk and talking to people as they walk by? And I was told by the consultant on that project, the reason we don't do that is because no one asked us to. So I'm asking us to please do a better job of taking these plans in the future to the public rather than expecting the public to come to us. Thank you.
Good comment.
I guess in staff's defense, I've seen Martin in a couple of public events, standing there twiddling his thumbs, and I'll walk up and try to talk to him for a little bit. He's there with it. I remember the boards, and so he was camped out with a table ready to take input
He's
and
been at
talk.
the,
Well, to be fair, we pay consultants to do this, and that's what I was told. The consultants were not out there because we didn't ask them to be. So I'm asking
Yeah.
the future for our consultants.
I mean,
to
they were literally on the ground.
Yeah.
People walking in front of them, and
grab their arm next time, pull them in.
I'm sorry, Mary. This is so. We have such a diverse community. Is there a reason why we're not going to like faith-based community, like churches, temples, mosques, to get input and ask them to come? I mean, is there something that would stop us from going to these places? Because I mean, our community is diverse, one, and two, we have a lot of faith-based places of worship here. And to get them involved would be a lot easier than going to a park when parents are trying to chase their kids and trying to get input, right? Or an event. I'm sorry, but I mean, I don't know why we're not, if there's a reason we cannot.
I think we can go anywhere we're invited in. And I think that's part of the key there is you got to be invited in. I don't know how much we engaged different parts of the community to go and do that, but like Farmers Market and others, I know they have been out there where, several hundred people, have the opportunity to weigh in. So I know might not be the consultants out there, but staff and others have been out in various places like that to gather input and at least put this out there. So, I think all of those strategies are something that we need to learn from, clearly. But I'd like to move beyond the public hearing here, get into the new business. If we want to postpone it, then we'll do that at the new business. I think we probably should. I think we need to allow staff. Honestly, this is probably the first time since this process has gone through that the council itself has really had our fingerprints on it. I know the P&Z has been involved along the way. I think we have peripherally seen it. And so I think it's, a little bit more time for the council to digest this a little bit more with some dynamic changes. Brent?
I'm just we did have a workshop, but obviously, we've had some time to digest it since then. And now at this point, I think we're getting some quality feedback and lots of input. So we'll move from here.
Yeah, I think it's similar to the similar to our CIP where, one workshop or, handful over 2 years may not be enough. Where our CIP, we have those quarterly CIP updates to bring council along as these projects are developed. And so maybe on this one, lesson learned, this size of a document probably should have had more along the way as opposed to what we've got. But having said that, I'm going to call a close to this public hearing number 4. We will move to new business item number 4. Ms. Cade, can you place that on the table, please?
Consideration and possible action, first reading of ordinance number 1633. So moved.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. Do we have a separate motion?
Mayor, I would like to, I make a motion to postpone this item to the next, should we do the next or to a future date? Does it have to be certain though, Darren?
Robert's Rules of Order.
Doesn't have
Do we have to give a specific?
I think Robert's Rules of Order says it's your next
Yes.
meeting.
No, it's gonna be
Unless
any-
otherwise stated. So it can be another meeting. It generally is intended to be a date certain or upon certain conditions that would then trigger it to be presented.
Okay, upon the condition that the feedback provided tonight has been addressed and implemented in a revised version for council consideration.
Second.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second to postpone. It's not indefinitely, but until basically the conversations and the comments have been addressed sufficiently, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. It's not debatable. With that, Madam Secretary, we'll call for the vote.
Member Hernandez.
Aye.
Member Cade.
Aye.
Member Berry.
Aye.
Member Patel.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Koza.
Aye.
Member Carbone.
Aye.
Member Kamkar. Motion passes 7-0.
All right. With that, we will move to consent agenda. Did we have any items to be removed?
Item number I.
Aye.
Yes, sir.
that it? All right. Mr. Berry, would you present consent agenda items A through K with the exception of I as in igloo?
Yes, Mayor. Make a motion to approve the consent agenda items A through K with the exception of I. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Madam Secretary, call for the vote.
Member Berry,
Aye.
Member Patel,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Koza,
Aye.
Member Carbone,
Aye.
Member Kamkar, Member Hernandez,
Aye.
Member Cade.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right, with that, Member Patel, did you have just a real quick specific question on that? Because I'd like to take I up if we can.
Yes, sir. I just want to ask.
Okay, it's just real specific? Okay.
Yes, sir.
So with that, would you present I?
Sure.
We can go ahead and dispense of it. And
Yes, sir. Considering possible action on resolution number R2023-281. So moved.
Second.
we have a motion and a second. You want
And I
to go ahead
just-
and ask your question and then?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I just want to ask, is this the new meters that we're putting in, the Badger meters? Are they for the new system, or is this the old one that we still have supplies that we need materials for?
We don't have any of the old meters in our system at all at this point. So these are new meters for new construction, as well as if we have to replace any. It's a renewal of that contract.
All right. That satisfy your question? Any other questions, comments from council? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, we call for the vote.
Member Patel,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Koza,
Aye.
Member Carbone,
Aye.
Member Kamkar, Member Hernandez,
Aye.
Member Cade,
Aye.
Member Berry.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
Mayor, I make a motion to suspend the rules so we can move council item for discussion forward for discussion now.
Second.
So you talking about moving the tree protection up?
Yes, sir.
Okay. As versus new business item?
Yes, sir.
Since
we have
read.
some people.
Okay. We have a motion and a second to suspend the rules and move council discussion items forward in front of these new business items. Madam Secretary, we'll call for the vote.
Member Hernandez,
Aye.
Member Cade,
Aye.
Member Berry,
Aye.
Member Patel,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Koza,
Aye.
Member Carbone,
Aye.
Member Kamkar. The motion passes 7-0.
All right, with that, then we will move to mayor council issues for city council discussion. One, council discussion and direction regarding proposed amendments to the city's tree protection and preservation ordinance. Do we have a staff report on that?
I'll just briefly kick it off, and since this was a council requested item, hand it back to the council. Just setting the stage, the city has had a tree preservation ordinance in place since 1997. It was modified in 2017 to allow significantly more flexibility and mitigation credits. Staff reviewed and provided a mitigation fee comparison to other municipalities that have adopted tree mitigation. That was shared to you through a memo a couple of weeks ago. And in that cost comparison, we are on the low end of that. If there is a desire to modify the ordinance further, some of the recommendations from our staff are to explore additional credits, create incentives for tree preservation, and to regularly review and adjust the fees to reflect the accurate value of replacement trees. So with that, Mayor, we're open to input and where the council wants to
Okay.
go with this item. Thank
So
you.
before we get into discussion here, I know we've got 4, 5, 6 members of the public that signed up to speak on this. So I'd like to go to the citizens' input first, and then we'll come back to the council table for discussion. Mayor Pro Tem, if you would present them, please.
Yes, Mayor. So when I call your name, work your way to the podium. You'll have 3 minutes to talk. And please state your name and address before you talk. First up is Buck Stevens. Thank you for coming out tonight.
Good evening, Buck Stevens, 4701 West Orange, Pearland, Texas, 77581. I don't know exactly, got caught on off the cuff to see that this was coming up on the agenda, so I'm not prepared as I probably want to be. But I did back in the 80s, 70s, 80s, and 90s help work on the tree ordinances and signed ordinances along at that same time and partake in that. So I have a vested interest in it a little bit. Plus, I'm also a member, board member of the Keep Pearland Beautiful. But regardless of that, I'm also a citizen and taxpayer, so I think I have a vested interest in my tree lot. I've also gone through some tree mitigation issues. When Orange Street was widened, I had a 1961 tree removed and was compensated for that. But it hurt. It hurt to see that tree moved. But I had to do. I knew progress. The value of my land went up. Everything that all the progress was there. So I knew it had to happen. Even though, in some regard now, I think in some parts of the ordinance, if you're under 10 acres, it's probably exempt anyway now. But back then it wasn't for sure. So I know that we got to have regulations and codes, and I'm certainly not against the successful business owners doing what they need to do. Would not be here today, I don't think, if it wasn't for the things that we set in place way back then. I think our city is a good-looking city and probably needs actually more trees. And I know it's not the intent to get rid of trees. I know it's a way to look at promulgating that and trying to mitigate those a little bit better. I would highly encourage just going back and revamping the UDC and make it a little bit more equitable, like is referenced in Mr. Epperson's letter to City Council. And I think we need to look at some of those opportunities. I think the other side of that, more disheartening to me, is sometimes some of the things we let go. We have all these enforcements and no one out there to enforce it to begin with. We certainly have experienced a lot of growth in the commercial industry, 142% growth over 2010 to 2020 based on EDC publications, third fastest growing in Houston. I venture to say that the list that you had in your council packet, none of those people, they're here today. They paid the fine. They came anyway, despite what was in place. Not saying they would probably have done more, don't know. But I just don't think that this is what's prohibiting anyone from coming to town. I would like to see a list of permits or permittees or possibly business owners that have said, no, I'm not coming because your tree ordinance, I can't afford it. I don't know where that's at, but if there's such an animal, that'd be cool to see. I just think that I think instead of just cold carte blanche, just possibly doing away with it or seeing what other negative attitudes, I think we really need to maybe reestablish a committee to look at it again and see if there's a possible equitable solution to it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. Next up.
Yes, Mayor. Chris Scheffler, you'd make your way to the podium. 3 minutes, state your name and address. Thank you for coming out.
Surprise. So, Chris Scheffler, 2126 Roy Road, Pearland, Texas. I'm excited that the tree ordinance is being discussed, guys. I feel like I probably had a little role in maybe being a lightning rod to get this topic brought up, and for that I apologize. I know we're going through a UDC rewrite and everything. I just wanted to reiterate that I don't think that it was ever a problem with the people that are enforcing the rules. And Jerry and the team over there, they do an excellent job. I think that they work within the boundaries that y'all set. And it's not y'all in particular, but City Council. And you're standing on the shoulders of giants, people that came before you, like Buck and other community members that set these ordinances. And at the time, maybe it was the right thing that we needed. Maybe it was a good idea, but the execution has shown that there's some chinks in the armor. I don't think anybody here hates trees, other than JB, obviously. But just picking on you. It's cold. I'm sorry. I love my trees, but when you ask a business owner to pay $20,000 because they want to remove a piece of their property to help grow their business, where they employ people that live in Pearland, that pay taxes, where they provide services, people want to save trees and want to make it sound like it's a life and death decision. Every single one tree matters. But they're drinking out of their Starbucks cup. Where'd those coffee beans come from? There's a forest in Brazil that got knocked down in order to grow those. They're living in a house built out of wood. That wood came from somewhere. It was made by God in the form of a tree. So we have to cut down trees for progress. We have to cut down trees for the things that we want. And sometimes that's a parking lot. Sometimes that's a detention pond. So I think that incentivizing it, I love that idea. You've heard me mention that before. If you want me to keep trees, if you want me to preserve them, and you think that that has value to Pearland, then demonstrate that. Give up some of your money in order to preserve that tree. Incentivize it. Make it a reward structure of some sort for every year you have a qualified tree on your commercial property, or every number of inches that you have, or whatever. Some form of tax abatement for preserving them, instead of saying, hey, you want to cut this down so you can grow your business, feed your family, and provide services, we're going to penalize you for that. I just think that looking at it again with a new set of eyes is warranted, and I appreciate JB for bringing this up, and for the support, from council and from staff and the input that they're giving you. So thank y'all for looking at this again.
Thank you, Dr. Scheffler. Next up.
Yes, Mayor, Mr. Tom Amerson, all right, sorry about that. You'd make your way up to the podium, state your name and address. We'll give you 3 minutes. Thank you.
Mayor, City Council, I'm Tom Amundson. I live at 9447 Gates Loop in Manville, Texas. I've got property on the west side of town that I developed 5.5 acres out there, and it's a commercial piece of property. And I was affected years ago by the tree ordinance. And so, like these young, beautiful artists that were here earlier today, I think trees are terrific, but the ordinance, not so much. I agree with everything that Chris said. And Buck, I know you helped write these ordinances, and sometimes the ordinances, need to be changed and need to be adjusted. I don't think it's fair. The ordinance, basically addresses commercial development, and I don't even understand that. There's a provision in here, if you have a house on 10 acres or less, you're exempt. I don't know how that makes any sense. I mean, so a homeowner could cut down an oak tree to build an ADU, and they don't have to pay for that. I feel like we all want trees, but we should be sharing the cost with everybody in the community. I don't think it should be incumbent on somebody who comes in and buys a piece of property and develops that piece of property, or has a piece of property here for years and has trees on it. What about those people who have 10 acres? They got trees on it, and there's a neighbor next to them with 10 acres, and there's no trees on it. And somebody's coming and looking for a piece of property to develop. That person with the trees on it, they're at a disadvantage. You've placed them in a bad position, because now their property's really not worth as much as the treeless piece of property. I think there's, when you talk about replacing trees at, 2 trees, 2-inch, when you have to replace 200%, so for every tree I cut down in a certain size range, I have to replace 2 trees the same size. That doesn't even make sense. If it's a larger tree, I have to replace it with 4 trees. And then you get to 8 trees or 6 trees. It's insane that you have to take and cut down a tree and then replace it with 2 trees the same size, basically, in caliper inches. I mean, these trees are gonna grow. So I just feel like it would be more equitable if you would at least say you cut down a tree, you replace the same amount of caliper inches. I just think some kind of adjustment needs to be made. I just don't think it's fair that you have to replace that many caliper inches, 4 times what the tree is. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Next up.
Yes, Mayor. Next up is Linda Kuhn. If you'd make your way to the podium, state your name and address. We'll give you 3 minutes to speak. Thank you for coming out.
Hi, my name is Linda Kuhn. My address is 2112 West Marsala Drive here in Pearland. Thank you for letting me speak today about trees. Some of you know me, some of you don't. I'm a biologist. I'm a registered professional geologist. I've been a 30-plus year environmental attorney. I've worked for the world's largest independent oil and gas company. So I know how to balance development with the environment. You can't have a job with oil and gas and not know how to do that. So anyone who argues that saving trees interferes with development
That's a sophomoric argument, and we know better. We know that they can live and they can coexist. You got to think a little bit about before you do your development, but you can save the trees. As a lawyer, I'm a little troubled by the thought that you might modify the tree ordinance independent or outside of your revisions of the development code. Those things go hand in hand. This is an aspect of your development code and how you're going to envision your developments and offset that. So that really kind of, in my opinion, needs to be done all together. But someone said, you know, what are you worried about, one tree? Let me tell you a couple points, and hopefully this will resonate with you. I'm not a forester. I'm a lot of things, but I'm not a forester. But I'm going to quote someone you may know, David Attenborough, a very well-known international environmental advocate and biologist. Without trees, there is no oxygen. So I want you to stop and think about that. Without trees, there is no oxygen. Now, that's a very basic analysis of photosynthesis and chlorophyll, so I'll acknowledge that for you people who know about that. If I don't have a tree on my property, my neighbor doesn't have oxygen. So when I do grow trees on my property, I am providing the community with services. Might be my tree, but I'm providing those services. So I just want to make that point. Now, I also want to tell you a little bit about what one tree does. One mature, healthy tree, and it takes a long time for a tree to be mature, and it's a very integrated system. Trees are intertwined with our planet. They have fungus that grow around their roots, and without that whole complex system that's below the surface, the tree doesn't function as well as it could. But one mature, healthy tree will sequester 22 pounds of carbon a year. It will generate 6,000 pounds of oxygen a year. It will absorb over 1,000 gallons of rainwater a year. And one tree in our urban climate can reduce the temperature, the ambient temperature, by 40 degrees. We know that because NOAA is doing a study in Houston and Harris County. They're using the FLIR cameras and they're monitoring the urban temperatures of areas that have no trees. And they've got the signature maps. Their studies are on the internet, and you can get all that information
Ms. Linda,
there.
can you go ahead and wrap your comments up? Thank you.
Yeah, and I just want to suggest to you, if you want more information, Jaime Gonzalez is the sustainability director, the resiliency director of the Nature Conservancy. He's quite the expert and would be more than happy to share more information with you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Linda. One more. I think we have one more.
Yes, we do, Mayor. Mr. Justin Barnett, if you'd make your way up to the podium, state your name and address, and we'll give you 3 minutes to speak. Thank you for coming out.
Good evening, Justin Barnett, 6302 Broadway here in Pearland. Thank you for Member Berry. I just want to say the end user always pays the final price on this deal. I have a 5 acre, I appreciate previous comments. Trees provide a great service. We had this 5 acre peak tract of land that was zoned commercial at $196,000 in tree mitigation on it. $196,000. Now, when we come up here, we talk about regulations, and you guys want this zoning, and you want to maintain this look, and you want to maintain this feel. All regulations cost the end user that pays the final price. Lot sizes, density requirements, impact fees, minimum landscaping requirements, drainage or attempted drainage taxes, fees, review fees, permit fees, what I call a tree tax and a park tax. That's what we look at when we come in and develop. That's part of it. I'm not saying that. But there is an equitable piece to this. So if I come in and say, listen, I need to get more density to help me cover the $196,000 in tree mitigation, I would expect you guys to go, how can we work with you to make this happen? That doesn't happen always, and we come and beg for, give me a little opportunity to have more density, let me put a medium density or a high density residential here. Doesn't always, you can't do that with commercial. I'm coming from a residential development standpoint. The housing costs, I just saw in this report, the median closing price was $357,000 for a house. In this scenario, I was trying to put 16 houses and divide 200,000 over 16 houses. The end user always pays the price. I feed my family, I want to put food on my table, just like everybody else does. So I am very much in support of an equitable solution that would help ease this. Now, I want to say one last thing. We tested over 40 trees, and over half of the trees on this was diseased with root rot or some sort of disease that exempted them from the mitigation. And that's a cost of $15,000 or $20,000 just to find out if the trees are good or not. So there's got to be a better way to approach this. I'm just asking, we're willing, we do this every day, but we have turned down development deals. We have lost buyers because of the tree ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin.
That concludes our public comments for that item.
All right, sounds good. Go to Mr. Berry. I think you and one of the other council members placed this on.
Yeah, Member Koza and I put this on the agenda tonight. I want to start out by thanking everybody for coming out. I mean, whether you're a proponent of changing this ordinance or not, it's important that your voices get heard, and all voices mean something, right? So it's been a comment around the the water cooler that Mr. Scheffler, Dr. Scheffler, was the one that actually called me about this, but that's not true. I actually do business with about 130 contractors around the state of Texas, and one of my contractors actually called me about this, and I happened to be at the light at McCard and 35 at the time, and I said, I'll just zip on in there. I know exactly where this place is. So I go over there, and we start talking about this issue, and immediately we get down to the root of the issue where he didn't plant to the actual plans that were approved by the city. So that wasn't necessarily the tipping point for me. I've actually been involved in the city of Pearland since 2006, and of which involved with the city of Pearland and the Pearland Chamber of Commerce. I was on their board for several years and involved. I was member of the year in 2007. So I've been very engaged in the city and seen the growth associated with the city. And we actually had when the UDC was developed, we actually had this organization called SWAT. And the SWAT team would actually get engaged with business owners who had an issue with the UDC at the time, and along with the city manager, and everybody would get together and we'd hash it out so that we no longer had, sidewalks to nowhere, or everybody was comfortable with the level at which those sidewalks went to nowhere. But we would come to an agreement so that the business owners could, feel like they were part of the city or wanted to be part of the city, and the city was happy with what they decided to do. So that being said, this is not the only time I've ever been approached about this tree ordinance. I can't tell you, I can't count the number of times I've heard through the businesses that I work with, and 90% of my business comes from dealing with businesses. So I work with, over 180 businesses across this area, and I hear from these businesses. I hear from people that want to move to Pearland because my name gets around. I get referred a lot of business, and people want to move to Pearland, and they talk about the tree ordinance. Not often. It comes up periodically, maybe 2 or 3 times a year, I would say. So that being said, it's always been in the back of my mind. And then at this point, when I find out that we have this one situation where I had an opportunity to actually look into the ordinance. I'd never really read the ordinance before, and I went in and I read the ordinance, and The fact that we have to, depending on the size or the diameter of the tree, we have to replace the diameter, not the tree, but the diameter, which may be 24 inches, 30 inches, 35 inches, depending on whether or not it's classified as a heritage tree or not, which I love trees. Don't get me wrong. I was just recently at the Manville, for Veterans Day. Manville had a get together over there, and it was just gorgeous, reminded me of home. But when you get to these larger trees, it becomes very egregious. You have 400% of diameter of trees that you need to replace. So it's very reasonable to think when you get into these larger trees, and some of the lots that we have available in Pearland now are treed, so it's only going to get worse, that you may have to plant 30 trees for one tree that you cut down. And let's just assume that you don't have to plant 30. Let's just assume you have to plant 20. Well, now that business owner has to determine whether or not they need to, they have the room to put 20 trees on their property. And most people would say, sure, if I have room to put 20 trees on my property, great. Okay? So then it becomes an issue of maintenance. So now how do we water these trees? How do we irrigate? How do we do the things that we need to do to keep them healthy and provide the services that the trees do provide for us as an ecosystem? So therein lies the rub. Well, if you don't have the room on your property to plant such trees, then you can pay a $200 per inch fee to solve this problem. So, and then at times, that number becomes extremely large. We have no cap on that number. So, one of the things I would advocate for today is, I made a proposal to council. I sent that over. It's in the packet. And I would suggest that proposal is a starting point so that we can actually start the discussion of determining whether or not we can make changes to this ordinance so that it's a little bit more equitable for our businesses that do come to Pearland whether they develop or they want to expand their business or they just want to build a brand new building and move to Pearland because they like Pearland. To kind of point out some of the things and regarding developers, when I built my first house in Silver Lake, I had to put 2 trees in my front yard. So if I were a developer, I would say pay $200,000 to cut down all the trees that I had to cut down just to build the houses that I wanted to build to make my money back. But at the same time, every lot is required to put 2 trees. So I would like to see credits associated with that for those trees and the development. I think that's fair. And so if they're going to replace trees, I think that's the right thing to do. And we need to hold them accountable to be able to do that. So I would really like to see, if I had my druthers, I would really like to see, these measurements go away from a diameter because, mature trees get bigger and bigger and bigger, and then eventually they don't grow as much, but they do over time get to be pretty sizable. I would like to go to more of a canopy size at maturity. And if you go to a canopy size at maturity, that's something we can all rationalize. The other thing that drives me crazy is the fact that we actually have to have meetings associated with the trees. I can only imagine how much time someone has to spend dealing with, I know Jerry's a great guy, and our development team does a great job, don't get me wrong. This is not a dig on them at all. This is probably more of a dig on just time more than anything. At certain periods in time, ordinances need to get reviewed. And sometimes cities grow to a certain point where, everything needs to be reviewed. I talked earlier about our various things in development here in Pearland. And, I think these overlay districts will eventually be reviewed one day, but who knows? I think it's going to be a good practice or a good exercise for us to talk about this and determine where we all stand on this. But if there's a way I can get that one slide up with all the money that has been paid into the tree fund. I'm not sure how many of you have actually seen this. And it's actually quite stunning to see that certain businesses come to Pearland and they pay the amounts of money that they do pay. And I'll give you just one example. This school that's up here that's being built that we all pass by on a regular basis. They had to pay $212,000 in tree mitigation. Now, you know, if you take a look at that, I spent a lot of time on school board, so I know that's about 3 teachers, right? So, I mean, I break it down into numbers of teachers in the classroom. So for a school, that's a big deal. I would think that if Lonza, a pharmaceutical manufacturer, came to Pearland and somebody told you had to pay $555,000 in tree mitigation, that may shock you. But some people don't think that that's a big deal because the project was $50 million. Oh, it's a $50 million deal. They can afford it. This is not about affordability. It's about what's the right thing to do. And so when we look down this list, you know, the one thing that strikingly stands out is Quick Quack Car Wash. You know, they had a $500,000 project and they paid $125,000 in tree mitigation. I don't know to what extent they tried to work with the city on working on the fees and whatnot. I just don't have the insight into that. I'm certain that our staff did help them or try to help them in some way, shape, or form. But that's a measurable percentage of the overall project that went to tree mitigation. And some of the others, you know, they're very, mundane, $446,000, $82,000. And then the other ones are, $4,500 or $32,000. So I guess my point is this. These are actual real numbers. And we have $1.5 million in our tree trust as of September 19th, 2023. It may be more, it may be less right now, who knows? But at the end of the day, that is a large sum of money. I would love to see this actual number capped at something a little bit more reasonable, regardless of whether or not you're a small developer or a large developer. I think it's the right thing to do. And in a time when we have extraordinary inflation going on, we have a lot of other things that are impending and impeding higher interest rates and things of that sort. You know, I just don't think it's time to actually overtax our business owners and the people that actually want to come to Pearland and build property, add tax revenue to our coffers, and be good business citizens. So at that, I'm just going to leave it there, Mayor. I don't know.
Okay.
I'd like to open it up to Member Koza.
Mayor Pro Tem, I know you were second on this.
Thank you, Mayor. First off, I'd like to tell Mrs. Beckman, thank you very much for showing up this evening. I grew up down the street from you as a child, played with Stephen. I know you're very much in solid step with the environment. Prior to running for council, you and I had probably about a 2-hour discussion, and the one thing you told me was not to forget about the trees. I have not forgot about the trees. What I seconded and wanted to have a discussion about was being equitable and not cutting trees down, not trying to deforest Pearland, but make it where it's a little bit more equitable on both businesses and homeowners. Member Barry made mention of the Quick Quack Car Wash. This right here, Josh, this is my slide right here, number 1. It wasn't the one that was in the package that Trent put in because it didn't have these dollar amounts, but could you pull up my second aerial shot of Quick Quack? Just to kind of cover while he does that. The location for Quick Quack is just south of Walmart on North Main Street. And I don't know, this right here is a Google Earth shot that I took. They paid this $125,000 about 3 months ago for this lot right here that's highlighted in the yellow. When you look at that on a $500,000 development, that is 20% of their cost of development. When Mr. Barnett was talking about the cost, I I don't know if he's ever experienced a 20% increase for one item, but I feel that's very punitive when we look at that, because that is one single item being paid to the fund to be able to do future tree issues and things across the city. But with that being said, that's pretty stout. And this is where I think the ordinance itself gets a little wrong. I'm all for, and I don't know what the right workout is in the problem to be able to bring this together to make it equitable to where we do still have trees where our canopy is growing. But when you have 20% of a project, that's pretty punitive. It was brought up that somebody said homes don't pay for it. If you look down here at 3505 West Circle Drive, and that is my number 4, Josh. Here again, the yellow line, it's a Google Earth shot. The trees, as it goes towards the back, it kind of goes underneath the tree line instead of being on top. But that's a home that was built, and I don't know why, but evidently homes are subject to it because they paid $4,500 for their home just to be able to build that home there. I don't know if that lot had one tree that they cut down. I don't know if it was hundreds of trees. I don't know, but homes are, and that right there is just under an acre. So when it says, the ordinance says homes under or lots under 10 acres, either this one slipped through or we're not having the same information. Vance, are you wanting to make a comment?
Yeah, and if you don't mind, so that ended up being new construction is why they had a fee. So just like Mr. Barnett.
So it's not all homes. It's
existing.
Okay, fair enough. It just, that one stuck out to me. And then my last comment, and as we start to develop here in Pearland or fill out in Pearland, the lots, as I looked on Google Earth, across the city, a lot of them are 100% trees. And if you could pull up my slide or supplement number 3, this one's just down South Main, just north of Magnolia. You can see it on both sides of the streets. As we get into pieces of land that are here in Pearland, as it begins to be these type, I have a sneaky suspicion that the people that want to go in and buy it, the gentleman over here made the comment that what happens when you have these lots that are 100% trees. And when you look at this right here, that's what that is. So with that being said, to me, as far as a business or somebody that want to buy that piece of property is worth less than a piece across the street that's cleared. Because you don't have, one, the clearing cost, and two, you don't have the penalties associated with whatever it might be. And I think there's a little bit more equitable way of doing this instead of just saying, hey,
so then you just keep
this one right here, looking at the Quick Quack example, that could be $500,000 worth of trees right there. I don't know, but when I look at that lot versus what the Quick Quack one looked like, it looks very punitive to me. So with that being said, I'm not against trees. I just feel that we need to find a better solution to make it equitable, both for the canopy to grow as well as the landowner and the business owner or homeowner that's buying a piece of property to be able to develop something. And that's what I've got to say. Thank you very much.
All right, we're going to open it up for council discussion and comments. Obviously, the goal tonight would be, if we can find some consensus or not. I mean, that's really in order to give direction to legal to do something. We would have to have some kind of consensus. I think at the end of the day, it's trying to find and strike a balance, between a private property right and their ownership, because who owns the trees? It's the owner of the land. Do we have a right, and do these ordinances exist? They have. This one has existed for 27 years or 26 years by this point, and many other locales have these same ordinances across the state. So I think it's a legal ordinance. It's something that you can have, something that you can direct within our purview to ask for something. The question really comes down to the balance, and I think that's what I'm hearing these guys say. It's the balance of what's right, what becomes punitive, and can we come up with a better solution, or a solution that is equitable for someone to be able to come in and do something within the ordinance without, truly being punitive to their business. So I open it up to, if I understand in a nutshell, that's what you guys are asking for, and I think it's a worthy discussion. With that, we'll open it up for discussion between council.
Thank you, Mayor. Now, I'd agree that we do need to revisit this. The city's changed over the past 23 years. I think, well, I guess there's a lot of games that have been played over the time in terms of, when you cut the trees down, if there's still a single-family home on the property, then you can go clear cut it. So at some point, instead of paying $500,000, you can put a small single-family structure on a house, and as long as it meets maybe an ADU definition or whatever the minimum is, then you go clear cut the whole thing, and that's not what we want either. Right. And I think that's what you see as punitive as these feel. I've heard mentioned one-to-one caliper inch caps credits. I like the idea that Dr. Scheffler mentioned of incentivizing versus penalizing. I don't know that we're going to come to any agreement tonight. Miss Linda, I served with you on the Drainage Committee. We're probably polar opposites on a lot of things, but I appreciated how the perspective you brought to that. I would be a fan, whether it's in the UDC rewrite or some other task force, call it what you wish, getting a handful of folks that are from a cross section, from developers to small business to chamber, but certainly if you're willing to serve again, I think kind of giving them the challenge to put the work in to figure out what makes sense. I'd be a fan of that if we can't come to a consensus tonight.
We've had fairly good success with citizen ad hoc type groups where, whether it's the single family, short-term rental. Sorry, short-term rental as well as, others in tackling, something and coming, back to council with something. So I like that approach as well, and it puts citizens across the community, they're working for it as well. Other comments? Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Camcar.
All right. Can you pull up the agenda, the requesting email on that? And Darren, I have a question for you. You've been here for quite a long time. Were you here at the adoption of the initial ordinance when this process started? God knows how long ago.
I think the original one may have been right before I started, but I've been here.
About the requesting email.
Remember what year that
this
first?
on the agenda in the packet.
Mayor Cole, do you remember what year the first ordinance?
I think
97. Okay, and I started with the city in 97, but it was already in the works whenever I started here.
The one that has the highlight with the requested proposal. Remember, Barry. So you weren't here then, Darren, at the time?
That is the year I started, and that ordinance was already in the works whenever I started working here.
And I wasn't here. I was attending Texas A&M, probably trying to get a beer at the Chicken at the time. Can you just rehash a little bit of your recollection at the time of why we even are here on this, how this got created? I think we may have talked about it, but I'd like to set the stage a little more. Or the mayor, if you'd like to chime in.
Yeah, in fact, Ms. Beckman, who is also here, we served on council together. I'll tell you a couple of things. One, I guess the flashpoint is probably the best way to say it. Pearland was in its early stages of development in the mid-90s. And I mean, we had some development, but you started seeing a little bit of ramp up in the mid-90s. 96, when the Beltway completed, is really a line of demarcation. You can go back to single-family building permits, and you saw a spike started going in that direction. So you started seeing some tracts of land getting cleared, those types of things. But the real flashpoint was the Valero, now the Valero. It was Shamrock at the time, on Main and Orange. Main and Orange, right there. Some really large trees on the back of that lot that got removed as a result of that station coming in. And that really, before it was Keep Pearland Beautiful, Clean Pearland, and that was an initiative brought forth by that organization. And that was really the flashpoint. Ellen, correct me if I'm wrong, but that was kind of the flashpoint that brought it to the forefront. And so council, took a lot of input, and we said, okay, how do we go and do something about tree preservation without going overboard? I will tell you, this ordinance has changed over the years. It's not exactly what we had in the beginning. It has morphed and changed. For example, one of the things that we allowed early on, because I thought early on it was even friendlier to single-family residential owners. They were exempted from the property because we had a lot of people who own property that might have a large tree, and I want to be able to cut this tree down, I should be able to. So we exempted single-family in part of that. We also tried to make it where part of your mitigation could be in your landscaping plan. So again, less onerous. You're going to have to change or mitigate some that you take down. So put that into your landscaping plan. That has changed since the initial write of it. So that was kind of the impetus behind it. And it rocked along. I don't know, it's probably until the UDC got written in 05, 06 time frame. And then it started kind of morphing and changing.
So just, and I don't want to overly characterize, but there was an intent to preserve trees, though, even though it moved a little bit and it's evolved, what's called the ordinance has evolved. The intent has always been tree preservation.
It was tree preservation as well as increase the canopy. So if for example, 12-inch came down over time, it was replaced with 2 or 3 trees. You would have more trees over time as they mature and grew and all those kind of things.
I think it's very important to get the context of why we're even here. I honestly don't. I won't say I don't know, but I don't remember this ever being an issue. No resident has ever talked to me about that, but it doesn't mean that's not important or it doesn't happen. Can I engage in a point of information with Member Berry? Because he put this together, and I'd like to at least have some conversation. So, Member Berry, on this email from, I guess, 2 weeks ago, you put together a proposal to reduce tree diameter as part of this ordinance.
Starting point, yeah.
Okay. So, on this proposal that you wrote, Member Berry, did you get any professional opinions from any arborist organization, anybody who works in the space professionally?
Don't need one.
It's a yes or no question.
No.
Okay. So, Member Berry, just to clarify, so you wrote this proposal. It hasn't been verified or validated by any organization or anybody who professionally works in the space. But this is going to be a guiding ordinance for others to go by. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I want to end the information with Member Berry. Okay. So I struggle with rewriting items that others have to live by that don't have any guidance or professional bounds. Nobody has qualified this or identified this as a way to go to enhance tree preservation or canopy in any way, shape, or form. And I struggle that we do that.
I beg to differ. It's a little bit more common sense.
Chair, I have the floor.
You know, so.
In fairness. Can we have Jerry come up, our urban forester? Just for the record, I know you, Jerry, but can you just...
Yes, thank you. So my name is Jerry Bradshaw. I'm the city urban forester.
Okay. Do you have a professional background in urban forestry? Can you talk about that?
Correct. So I've been in the tree care, tree management industry for 20 years now. I've been a professional forester for right at 15, a certified arborist for 20 years. I got all my credentials through school. Been working in this industry and trying to grow our canopy either in a individual home setting or in a municipal setting.
So you would say that you make your money in and around trees and you professionally know about trees?
I breathe trees, literally.
Josh, can you pull up the item in the quote or the graphic that has a comparison of the different tree ordinances as they compare? So let me ask you a question. You engage with our business owners and residential owners on tree preservation. If they have an issue, you work through it with the diameter items or canopy items. If they come up, they need to come and see you. Is that correct?
Correct. And will add that every development that has tree mitigation issues, we'll call it, we actively try to find solutions. I will say that our ordinance does not evenly and equally apply to all developments fairly. So it is our job to find a way to make it work, to make development move forward and not have a roadblock with regards to tree mitigation.
Okay. Can we pull up the graphic that compares the different cities, please? A little further down. Or it might be up, I don't know. Here we go. So just to be clear, so the blue line is a tree mitigation fees. When does somebody have to do a tree mitigation fee?
So a tree mitigation fee is an option. If they do not want to plant on site, they have the option to pay a fee, and then the city goes in and plants trees for them.
So in theory, if somebody doesn't want to pay cash money, they could, in theory, as was mentioned here previously, possibly work on landscaping to offset some of those or plant in other ways to help address the financial impact.
Absolutely. And our tree ordinance currently is geared towards incentivizing planting on site. It's by far more expensive to pay the fee. We don't want the fee. We want them to plant on site if it's feasible. The fee is merely just another option.
Okay. And so let me ask you a question. When you look at this chart, you've got cities like Cedar Park, Denton, League City, Frisco, Grapevine, Irving, Leander, Plano. These are all their fees that they're charging, all these green lines, and they all seem to be higher than our blue line. Is that correct?
Correct.
So they pay more per tree or per assessment than we do on an average scenario.
Correct. So if you take Quick Quack Car Wash and they were developing in League City or Irving or any of these other cities on this chart, the city of Pearland is by far more than half cheaper for them with regards to tree mitigation.
Let me ask you another question, Jerry. So if somebody had a site that they knew that they had to take down trees, we are by far the cheapest place to go and do that, such a thing.
We are by far cheaper.
To the body here, the tree fee is not a first option. The first option, as quoted by our staff member who's a professional in space, is to go and plant more. The fee in lieu, which is something that is used in development space, public space in different contexts, that is not an abnormal solution. That is not solution. The primary solution is what you're saying, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Let me ask a question. The interaction that you had with Mr. Scheffler, he came and spoke here earlier. How would you characterize that interaction? Obviously, he had an issue. You were the point person. Did that resolution happen? Did it not get resolved? I mean, what is your vantage point?
Okay, I understand. So Dr. Scheffler had a roadblock, and what our challenge is to find a solution. And I believe once we went back and forth, we found a solution that worked for him, and it worked for the city, it worked for the environment. But there was a resolution.
Did Dr. Scheffler pay you any money or the city any money as part of that? Did he pay the fee in lieu?
No, there was no fees paid.
$0.
$0.
So all of this pro-business and we're too onerous on business, in this scenario, there was no transaction of dollars.
That's correct.
One thing I'll add just for context of where I'm at is I have not heard anybody bring this up. I think in a previous staff item, this tree ordinance and tree mitigation has not been an item that, is this a routine item that comes up as something that turns people off or turns people away from the city?
No, sir. I mean, it's something we cover in pre-developments and consultations like we do with every customer. And then when situations arrive, we take great pride in our customer service.
So this hasn't been what you would consider an ongoing item in your professional opinion?
No, sir, not at the level that would be like an issue. I mean, it's just like, we work in regulation, so everything we do, we're going to talk about its consistency, be it driveways, mitigation fees across engineering as well. Like, it's just something. It's just part of the gig.
Okay, let me ask a question differently. You work with Jerry pretty routinely when a developer comes to the site and says, "I'd like to go redevelop," and they come and have a meeting. You and Jerry and the team work together.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so a credible developer that does their due diligence would know what they're walking into.
Oh, yes, sir. It's routinely covered in our pre-development process.
The one thing I would like to reiterate for the council and for the staff is the city of Pearland's role is not to look out for the financial well-being of developers or people who want to do business with the city. It is to enforce the ordinances and promote what the city and its citizens want. It's clear that citizens have worked hard to put this ordinance in place. They've evolved it. A gentleman who I respect quite a bit, Mr. Stevens, cares in this area, and he is not a Democrat by any stretch of the word, and he is supportive of this ordinance as it stands. And so I would just say that I think we need to really keep in perspective what we're trying to achieve and what we're doing already. It sounds like we're very lenient. This little blue line is significantly less than all the other lines. We have a gentleman here who's working really, really hard, and the incident that instigated this, that member Barry claims didn't instigate it, but there's not really any records of this being a tremendous issue. That person didn't pay $1. Like, I don't know why we're here, but they didn't pay $1. So it feels like we're just, a solution in search of a problem. Can I pull up my supplemental? I'm gonna wrap here, Mayor. Thank you. Some of us know there's a campaign happening. I was at this event. Member Barry acknowledges he was at this event. This is an event in Manville to celebrate 100-year-old trees. And when you go there to show for votes or politic, and you go to an event, and then literally less than 72 hours later, you're out there trying to water down a tree ordinance, you just look really, really, really disingenuous, and it just looks like you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing. I struggle with this because I don't think that this is who this person is, but we're literally addressing an issue of how to water down a tree ordinance. And Jerry, just to clarify, with this going in the proposal that's outlined, how would you characterize, is this improving our tree canopy or our tree ordinance?
Based on the graph that we provided, we are so far below average that anything that we do to use your words, further to water down this ordinance is going to be detrimental to our environment.
If we go further to a 1-for-1, would there be any mitigation effect whatsoever?
That's hard to tell.
In your professional opinion, you wouldn't say that this would assist our mitigation efforts?
No, it would not.
Last thing I'll say is I heard a what's the right thing to do going around earlier in this conversation. The right thing to do is put this in a process, let the UDC process rewrite work itself out, have professionals who will actually know something about trees and tree mitigation and preservation interact. We should not be making unilateral decisions from a basis of ignorance. And I would really, really encourage us to be more thoughtful. I think that's the right thing to do. We have a staff who works really, really hard. And as far as I know, the staff is not advocating for this proposal, are they?
Staff serves at the council's discretion, and so we will go whatever direction they prescribe. However, through the fact finding, it does appear that our ordinance is developer friendly. We are at a time to where our land bank is getting to a certain spot where we need to evaluate things. Like you said, we have a UDC rewrite coming up.
I'm not hearing that they're supportive, not saying that they're not, but it doesn't sound like yes or overwhelmingly. I just think the right thing to do is for us to take time and be thoughtful. I would be open to a committee of actual professionals and actual people who work in preservation, not just business owners who have an agenda or who are well connected. And I think I'd be willing to look at that, but I can't support this change on its face, and I don't think anybody in this community should if they care about trees. Thank you.
I'm glad that you're finally on board with going through a process. and not ramming things down people's throats.
We see the light every now and then. I had my road to Damascus
It
moment.
just takes Aggies a little bit longer.
Hey,
So I
we've always been
appreciate
a little
that.
slower.
So I appreciate that. So I appreciate that. I'm gonna ask for our council. We understand there's another campaign going on. We understand that. I would ask the campaign rhetoric be done outside this building on your own time, using your own dollars, not using our time, the rest of this council's time doing it. This is council time. You want to go beat each other's brains out on the campaign trail outside this building, knock your socks off. I'm talking to both of you. So, you want to take your shots, take it out there, not in here. This is the people's business. It's not your time to gig or do, whatever towards the other. Both your times are very, very short. It's been cordial, and I want it to remain cordial until both of you walk out the door, okay? And that time can't come soon enough. So I'm asking for your professional behavior to make sure you do that. Stop the gig, okay? With that, Mayor Pro Tem, you were up next.
Jerry, could you go back up to the podium? Could you please walk me through the process on how the solution was minimized with Quick Quack?
So with Quick Quack, we met with the developer no less than 5, 6, 7 times. They realized going into this process, even before they purchased the property, that there was going to be tree mitigation applied to this development. They decided to move forward. They provided a tree survey, and at that time, I met with them and kind of helped them overlay their site plan with existing trees to determine which trees had to be removed. And they determined that the trees towards the backside, so the east side of the property, furthest away from.
Hold on real quick. Josh, would you put that arrow back up? I can understand the process.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry about that.
Oh, no worries. So on the east side, so furthest away from South Main, that's where a majority of the trees are, and they determined that they could, in fact, save those trees. They received credit for preserving trees. They're going to receive credit for keeping some of those trees towards their landscaping requirement. But at the end of the day, they made the decision that they did not want to plant additional trees, that they would prefer to pay the fee, and that's what they agreed to.
Okay, so how many trees were being knocked down to hit that 125,000?
Not that very many, to be perfectly honest. So most of the trees on these sites between Walmart and Ace Hardware are very large oak trees. I will say that this sample is unusual. There's not very many sites left in Pearland that have very large mature trees. Most of the trees that are existing are smaller size trees. But because they had so many large trees, the multipliers kicked in, and they had to mitigate more or removing less numbers of trees, if that makes sense.
It does, and it, like I said, just from a dollars and cents aspect, 20% of a development going into one category is high.
I will also add, if you don't mind, their mitigation that they were looking at was upwards towards $250,000. So
I can believe that.
So we were able to massage that number down within our ordinance to get something that they were agreeable to, and that the city was agreeable to, that still met the intent of our ordinance.
Okay, and I appreciate your time and effort to work it out. But here again, it doesn't take the punitive aspect away of what happens when we get into, this one happens to have large trees on it. When we get into the lot that I had earlier on my slide number 3, it's completely covered. I don't know if it's trash trees, good trees, couldn't tell you what it is. But when you get into lots like this, you're looking at that one right there as roughly a 4-acre lot right there. And I know there's going to be some trees that count.
There may be a few. So if you were to go back and look at GIS 20 years ago at 2002, that was a hayfield. So I would not believe that there would be anything.
This area I know very well. I grew up in this town. I've been here for 57 years, and I can tell you this part of town, I drive up and down every day of my life. I know what things look like and stuff like that. So
Okay.
when we get into that, I'm curious about these trees right here.
Okay, so I would imagine that there are not very many trees that are over 12 inches because a tree cannot grow 12 inches in
Densely populated areas. I understand that. But you're still going to have oak trees in there.
There may
You're
be
still
some.
going to have ones that count towards the mitigation. I'm not saying that all of them are oak trees. I'm saying you will have some in there. And as we get into the development part of the city of Pearland, where we have more and more lots like this is where I'm asking that we look at this and we say, hey, this is a scenario where we need to do something, not go from $250,000 to 125. That's still punitive. To sit there and take 20% of a development and throw it at one item. I can guarantee you, Mr. Kamkar sitting next to me would not develop something like that, no matter what it is, for whatever item, if it was 20%. Or most developers, for that matter. So that's what I was just curious. And then the other thing on these fees, we've got 1.5 million, and I don't know because I don't see Matt here in the room. But does anybody in here know how much the EDC/taxpayer has paid into this mitigation fund?
I don't, sir. It may be a number I could get for you. If it's any, I don't know though. I mean,
I know there's some.
Yeah,
Because
I don't know it though.
Before on
Did they pay
individual.
the Lonza number?
They paid some of it.
They paid some of it.
I don't know if it was all, but I guarantee you some of our taxpayer dollars are being spent in this right here. And it's too sad that Matt's not here, but I guess that'll be a question answered later.
Yes, sir. Glad to look up that.
Thank you.
I know we had others before Mr. Patel had his hand up earlier.
Mayor, I know, first of all, I appreciate your comment earlier about keeping politics out of here. So I really do appreciate that. Thank you. Second, I guess if you guys are trying to poll, I would say I'm having a hard time accepting the current status that we have. I think there has to be a fine balance between business growth and nature. And so it certainly has been a long time, just like we're looking at the UDC to update it. I think it's time to look at this as well. Lastly, I would say for me, the car wash number at $500,000 seems little. If they can build it, I want to build a car wash for $500,000 too. Because I think they're fudging their numbers. I think that cost is a lot higher. Maybe for property tax reasons, they're putting a permit number a lot lower. So just in fairness, I think the percentage-wise is probably not quarter of their cost in tree mitigation. But again, I think it's interesting on that slide you showed. Can you pull up slide 7 where it had all the green bars from the, yeah. I think it was 7 out of, yeah. It's funny to me. We always compare ourselves to our neighbors when it comes to fees, but not, I guess Friendswood is the only one I saw. And my eyes are pretty bad, but we didn't pick any other surrounding areas.
League City.
Yeah, League City, but maybe Sugarland, we always compare.
There's some additional info in the memo for Sugarland, Missouri City.
Okay, or Pasadena. And sometimes I feel like the information we get is cherry picked to support the city's cause, or anybody's cause, whoever's providing it, because I'm pretty sure that we're not a city that's the lowest one. I'm sure there are others. So, that being said, I'm not completely in favor of getting rid of the ordinance we have, but I think we certainly need to just look at it.
So just to clarify on that, the other comparisons, we did include those in the memo. Missouri City, Pasadena, and Baytown did not have tree preservation ordinances. and then Sugar Land and Katy and a couple of other cities, they do depending on the size of the tree, it dictates how many trees you have to replace it with. So we saw that not all cities have a tree mitigation fee, did want to include the information from other cities in the area that do not have that. So it's in there.
I'll read from it. The following cities did not have fee associated with their mitigation ordinance: Katy, Sugar Land, Murphy, and Woodway. Katy and Sugar Land mitigate at replacing 2 trees for every 1 removed. Murphy and Woodway each have a scale at which they require tree replacement. So it gives a formula on how they do that. All right. Mr. Hernandez, you had your hand up next.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, and that was, I was going to point that out that Missouri City, Pasadena, and Baytown don't have tree preservation ordinances. And I'm not saying that I wouldn't like to live in those cities, but I prefer Pearland, definitely for a reason. I think when looking at this, I've said this from the beginning. I'll echo what I've said, I guess, 3 times now, that we've already allocated. We've gone, this is the 3rd budget cycle where we've talked about UDC rewrite. We couldn't do it last time because of a little hiccup, but we got it in the budget for this go round. And this is, I think, as Linda said, part of the comprehensive development code. This is a portion of it. And I think to try to excise this from the broader conversation is a mistake. It's not looking at it from all the right perspectives to ensure that this fits in to the puzzle properly. And I mean, even taking all of the potential environmental impacts out of it. I mean, I talked to Jeff Glatley today, the owner of Wild Birds Unlimited, or not Wild Birds, excuse me. Is it Wild Birds Unlimited?
It is.
Okay, yes, okay, I got it right. Who fills, free of charge, by the way, our bird feeders in public spaces for our birding community to go out and enjoy our green space. And his comments were very straightforward, that, I mean, just the tree canopy that we have, the mature trees, which I think is a missing piece of this, that we're asking people to replace these mature trees with additional trees because 2 smaller trees are not the same as a mature tree. And Linda touched on that earlier. The canopy is one thing, but I mean, all of the other benefits that are provided. And so Jeff said, I mean, from the birding community's perspective, I mean, that's now a habitat conversation that we need to be having that is really not even part of the development discussion for the most part, but we have all of these other things that we have to take into consideration that aren't even really part of this. But I think that looking at our development code, and then we had this long discussion earlier today about our comprehensive plan, and the comprehensive plan being the vision of the city that we want to see in the future, and really trying to think comprehensively about how we get there. That's what's called the comprehensive plan. Again, trying to cherry pick like a tree. See, there's one. I was destined to get one in. You know, one piece of the development code or an ordinance that's a part of the broader plan, I think it's just not the right way to go about this. And we've set aside money for the UDC rewrite. I think to add additional work on the front end to look at this ordinance, to then go back and look at the broader UDC that would potentially then take this into consideration at that point also, is just, it's just moving quickly for, I can't understand the real reason for that. But I will say that thinking about this, Member Berry and Member Koza, I think that something that's also been set up here is that we should have an ongoing process to review all of our ordinances on an ongoing basis. I think that this is no exception to that rule, but to do it in a way that's thoughtful. And the more time I put into this, even discussing just really, really quickly trying to contact some of the businesses that were on the list earlier. I spoke with Lonza today, and one of their representatives, Mr. Miguel Reyes, pointed out, he said, you know, we happily paid the fees that were asked of us and went above and beyond, and he's absolutely right. Lonza shows up to every Arbor Day event. They show up to every tree planting event. They volunteer, and they went beyond that, working, yes, with Matt, to plant even more trees. They continue to plant more trees. They ask for trees every year for their employees. Their employees are very vested in a beautiful community. We had a statement today from a Mitsubishi employee who said the same thing, that their employees are here because of the quality of life, because of the beauty that we've created with our greenscaping. We had an email today from our VFW, and they said that recently this is from the VFW commander. Recently, I attended a state VFW conference, and there was a workshop about how some veterans overcome PTSD by doing outdoor activities. This is not always easy to do in metropolitan areas, and most of the other VFWs present expressed their displeasure at how their cities prioritized parks and similar venues where such activities could be conducted, or rather did not. It's always nice when you can brag about your city a little bit in front of the rest of the state. So I wanted to pass along my gratitude for what the city of Pearland provides to its citizens in this area and ask you to please keep us on the right path. Having a shaded, relaxing area where veterans can find peace can go a long way, and it's appreciated by the veteran community. And again, mature trees and mature tree canopies take a very long time to reach the point to where they're providing that full impact. And so I think that what we have currently makes sense. And I just don't want to divorce this from the broader discussion of our development code. And again, all of the other things that were not even taken into consideration, the environmental impacts. We talked earlier about, stormwater mitigation, for instance. That's huge. We've had multiple discussions at HGAC regarding what not just trees, but all kind of greenscaping does to assist with stormwater mitigation. And that stormwater and drainage has been a topic du jour for many jours lately. So I want to just really ensure that we're being thoughtful about this. And I don't know that I have a whole lot more to add except for what was said earlier about UDC dollars going towards this and taxpayer dollars paying into this fund. I mean, it's for the benefit of the community, so I don't really see an issue there. And even then, I mean, UDC is funded by a portion of our sales tax, which a big chunk of is paid by people who are not ad valorem taxpayers here in the city of Pearland. There's just so much here to consider, and I think moving quickly for the sake of moving quickly is just not a compelling enough reason for me, and I'll stop there. Thank you, Mayor.
All good. Who's up next?
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with everything Councilmember Hernandez just said. That memo that said Baytown, Pasadena, and Missouri City have no tree preservation ordinance was pretty compelling. I don't know that I've been to Missouri City, but Pasadena and Baytown, the fact that they don't have tree preservation ordinance is not surprising. But and I don't want Pearland to look like Pasadena or Baytown. Our slogan is the fact that we are the community of choice, and there's a reason we say that. We want to hold ourselves to a better standard, and asking people to plant trees or pay a fee if they don't want to is not asking a lot. The quack car wash or quick quack car wash, that number did alarm me a little. I mean, the only thing, maybe a cap or something on that. That's the only thing I would see different on the tree ordinance. Everything else I have no problem with. And looking at the comparison with other cities, we're not outrageous in my opinion. We need trees. It's not like we're asking for something we don't need. Trees are an important part of the community, and I just think the tree ordinance is fine the way it is. In the interest of time, I'm not going to read the whole letter, but the pastor of our church wrote a letter because they couldn't be here tonight, and the last paragraph is all I want to say. He said, all of us want growth, but there must be a balance between preserving the beauty of what is and future development. The existing UDC tree ordinance strikes that balance, and they ask that it be retained. And that's from Pastor Gurley. And that just pretty much sums it up for me as well. Thank you.
I think everybody has kind of weighed in, just kind of keeping tick marks on, what to do. And really what I heard was 4 members said maybe look at something different, maybe look at the ordinance, didn't say complete rewrite or change. I think Member Carbone suggested maybe through the UDC process and maybe a committee. Others had kind of mentioned the same thing. I think Mr. Patel said the same. I said no, but I don't think the other 3 were just hard no. Like you said, if there's a cap on something or a little bit of a tweak along the way, I think both of you agreed that it needs to go through a process, and that's the UDC rewrite and those types of processes. Certainly not something, that we would, it's nothing is on here to vote for tonight anyway. We couldn't, but so, moving through that. So Darren and Trent, did you get the same sense of that? I don't know that there's a complete.
Yes, sir. I think we got a lot of good input. That we take this through a process. We bring in some experts. We also bring in some additional community and business input, and take in all that we heard tonight and work through that process.
No, I think that's what I was hearing as well. That there's some openness to look at things to try to create a little more equity in the situation, but not to do so as a knee-jerk reaction, but make sure that it's a well thought-out process that has a rational basis to it.
Yeah, and I want to make it clear, I didn't hear anybody say throw the ordinance out, completely do away with it. I think there was consensus across, if you're going to do something, that there's some tweaks and some changes to the ordinance we'd like to see, and how ultimately that comes about, I'm not sure, but I do think I do love Member Carbone's idea of a committee. Get some stakeholders as well as industry experts along the way, and we try to figure out how we want to make it balance here. We have many years of this city to go, and like the first writing of the ordinance, it had a purpose. Like anything, to your point, all ordinances need to be challenged and looked at and potentially rewritten or tweaked along the way. I think this one it's 27-ish years old, so now's the time to maybe take a look at it. Ultimately, it's in the hands of the council, and so I think doing that and putting some intentionality behind it would be good. Taking good input, and I do like the fact that maybe we can cap this thing or make some other changes, but still preserve, and not so much preserve, because at the end of the day, if somebody's going to develop, they're not going to preserve the tree, they're going to pull it down. It's how do we advance the canopy? How do we advance more trees? So even the 2-to-1, 3-to-1, 4-to-1, that's part of that purpose, is to grow the canopy, not necessarily preserve what's there, but to grow it. And I think there's still a way to be able to do that in an ordinance and strike that balance that we would want between development and the natural areas. So with it, real quick.
Thank you, Mayor. One question, Trent, if there was a way, because I really have been thinking a lot about just kind of reviewing all of our ordinances on a regular basis. If there's a way, I don't know if there's a best practice for this already, to kind of group our ordinances in a way that allows us to bring them up on a regular kind of, periodic review type basis. I know like even little things that are outliers, trying to get those packaged. We talked about the garage sale thing, how it's not part of the non-development fee schedule. It's kind of its own little freestanding thing, but how we can get that packaged. And I'd like to also maybe at some point have that discussion as well, so we can kind of get fresh eyes on things as we move the city forward.
Tell you had a follow-up.
Yes, sir. Just real quick. Just to be clear, Mayor, I'm not used to the government process. This can't take months, right? At some point, we got to. I mean, I guess my frustration is we always say we're going to do something, and then months later, the issue is moved on. And it's just we got to do something faster, quicker.
I hear you.
I mean, and the second thing, I'm not agreeing to hiring consultants. This is not where we're going to go find a consultant at $50,000 to give us something we all are going to throw it out. And if we're going to have a committee, then let the committee bring it and either we vote it up or down. Let's not slaughter and make them do the work and then we say, oh, we don't like what you did over the last 3 months. So those are just my thoughts. And again, I don't think this needs to go for months. I think we need to kind of decide a quicker path.
Yeah, to your point, I think we can probably get together and put some structure together, get it back to the council with some input. We would need council's input on who to go on that committee. I agree. This does not need to be an outside consultant. We have subject matter experts here that can help with that, and some others that we can draw on. So to your point, it shouldn't be a long and drawn out process, but we do need to figure it out, get some resolve, and then what we're doing would go right into UDC rewrite and how we're doing. Now, UDC rewrite is still going to be a year away, but well, we can amend the ordinance and amend what we're doing, but it would ultimately go into that. So, Buck, I'll call on you, but I need you to go to the podium real quick. If you have a follow-up, I'll give you that opportunity real quick.
Thank you, Mayor. Buck Stevens, 4701 West Orange. It's really not a follow-up, but it is related to, and Ms. Beckman may be able to expound on this, but I do recall back, I think there's been a loss of the word or a mix of the word protected trees and heritage trees. My recollection is back in the late 70s, early 80s, we appointed a committee, or the city appointed a committee to go out and find trees that were at that point 100 years old or older. And there were 10 or so found and put on a list, and those were the heritage trees of Pearland. Those trees were not to be messed with at any form or fashion. They couldn't do anything with them. And then there are the protected trees that were later found and are included in the list. So, but I think Darren, I know Darren came in about that time, and I think maybe one time this got brought up before, and he could not find that. And I don't know if there is such an animal or not, but there was those 10 heritage trees, and the address of those trees and all that stuff was accounted for.
There was one at one time.
There was a list, but that was not adopted by ordinance.
Oh.
And I would never have recommended an ordinance that did something like that, just because you got takings issues involved when you're telling somebody you can't develop your property because of the tree. So, but anyways, but it's my understanding that that list was not part of an ordinance, but it was a list that was prepared for heritage trees. And now heritage trees is defined in our tree preservation ordinance. But it's not defined as that list. It's defined as a certain size of tree.
Right.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that time.
Yep. All right, with that, we're going to move back in our agenda, but we're going to take a 5-minute recess. We've been sitting for about 4 hours. We need to stretch our legs, and I know people in the audience have been as well. So we're going to take 5 minutes. Please be back in about 5. Thanks. recess at 10:29. With that, we will move back to new business item number 5, presentation and discussion. 2023 biennial community survey.
Thank you, Mayor. Every other year, we conduct a community survey that establishes reliable trend data.
Trent, real quick, I'm going to just break with protocol real quick. We did have a tree ordinance request from Ms. Helen Beckman. I had, out of professional courtesy, as a fellow former council member, I'd like to read her letter into the record. That's fine. My name is Helen Beckman. I live at 2507 Churchill Street. I've been a resident of Pearland for 56 years. I've served on the Park Board, Planning and Zoning Commission, PDC, City Council, and chaired 2 PAC committees for PAC bond committees for city bond elections, and served on several charter review committees. I love this city, and I'm very proud of the way we've developed. We've become a beautiful, safe, and inviting community. One of the many things contributing to it is the tree ordinance. As rapid development was taking place, we were losing many of our beautiful old trees. We could have become another urban heat island, but development of parks, the building of tree-lined boulevards, and preservation of existing trees, as well as trails and hike and bike trails, a tree survey and protection of certain designated old trees, and a list of certain trees that grow well here and are not destructive or invasive. Our tree ordinance encourages increasing the number of trees. The required donation to the tree ordinance for a landowner who wishes to take down trees without replacing them elsewhere goes into the tree fund for the planting of trees elsewhere in the city. I suppose some will be used to replace trees that died this summer. With our hot summers, we need trees to shade our homes, parks, businesses, and streets. We need trees to clean the air and provide oxygen. We need trees to hold back water and prevent erosion after heavy rains and flooding. We need trees to serve as homes for our birds and squirrels. Our ordinance may not be perfect, and it probably should be updated, but it needs to be considered carefully in a workshop and in consideration with other related ordinances. Don't rush into specific changes without carefully considering the outcome. I'm Ms. Helen Beckman. So well put, well stated, and I think that was kind of in line with where we were in our discussion. So, Ms. Beckman, thank you for being here tonight and offering those kind words. Thank you. With that, Trent, we'll go back to you.
All right, thank you, Mayor. So every other year, we conduct a community survey that establishes reliable trend data of the priorities of the community, and it is used as a barometer to gauge our quality of life, our services, and the needs of the community. So here to go over that with us tonight is the Director of Survey Research for Polco, Jade Arocha, and I'm going to hand it over to Jade to go through the presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. Stand back a little bit.
You're good.
Thank you for having me. My name is Jade Arocha, and I am the Director of Survey Research for Polco. I'm very pleased to be here tonight to present the 2023 Community Survey results to you all. So we are 2 different companies that merged together back in 2019, National Research Center. We have been conducting scientific surveys for local governments across the country for nearly 30 years. And Polco is an online resident engagement platform, which allows us to provide you with a more robust civic engagement opportunities for your residents. Just a quick look at what the primary uses for survey data are for the communities that we serve. Most often, survey data is used to monitor trends over time in resident opinion for communities that have surveyed more than once, to measure aspects of government performance and public trust, to inform budgeting, land use, and strategic planning decisions, and also to benchmark your survey results to other communities. We do have a database of hundreds of communities. I'll be covering that in more detail shortly, so that you can see how your survey results compare to other communities. The NCS is our flagship standardized 5-page community survey. It focuses on the 10 facets of community livability, as we call them, and we've identified these 10 facets as being the most impactful to residents' quality of life in the communities in which they live. The standardization of the NCS allows us to provide those benchmark comparisons and ensure that we are asking the same questions in all the communities that we survey in. A little bit about the methods that we used. So this was the 5th time that Pearland has conducted the NCS. The survey has happened every other year since 2015. This year it was conducted from early June to mid-July of this year, and we randomly sampled 3,000 households that were identified as being within the city limits of Pearland. From those 3,000, we received a total of 316 responses for an 11% overall response rate. That is actually right average for our Texas communities. We contacted them 3 times. The first contact was a postcard that included a web link to take the survey. The second contact was a survey packet that included a paper version of the survey in it, and along with a postage paid return envelope. Finally, we followed that up with a reminder postcard with another web link to take the survey online. There was also a open participation component to the survey that was opened up several weeks into data collection, and all residents of the city were free to take that survey. We received 84 responses to that survey, and those results are kept separate in the report. The report is based on the 316 residents that were from the random sample. With that number of respondents, we have a margin of error of plus or minus 5.5% around the survey results. Mentioned our benchmarking database previously. This is a broad map of where our partner communities are located, more than 500 communities across the country. And so these are the communities that I will be referring to when I refer to your benchmark comparisons. Getting now into the overview of your results. So broadly, when compared to the National Benchmark Database, Pearland had 101 items on this survey that were similar to the average rating, 14 that were higher and 7 that were lower. And the threshold for higher and lower is 10 points. So anything more than 10 points above or below the average is higher or lower, designated as higher or lower. We also have comparisons over time. Here we're showing just a comparison to the most recent survey to keep things a little bit more simple. 127 items remained stable over time in ratings. 14 were rated more positively in 2023, and 6 were rated more negatively. We identified a few key findings as we reviewed the data, but we do encourage you to review the findings on your own, as this is just a broad level overview, so these just some of the top items that we noted. So key finding number 1, safety continues to be a top priority for residents in Pearland. 9 in 10 respondents gave excellent or good ratings to feeling safe in their neighborhoods during the day and also feeling safe in Pearland's downtown commercial area during the day. The question is actually on a safety scale, and those residents said they felt very or somewhat safe, 9 in 10. Also, 8 in 10 residents felt safe from violent crime and from property crime. These ratings were similar to the national benchmarks and also stable from the previous survey in 2021. There are also a number of services included on the survey that residents are asked to rate. These are the top rated safety services this year. 9 in 10 positively rated fire services and ambulance and EMS, 85% police and sheriff services, and 77% animal control. In addition to that, we had 3/4 of residents positively rating crime prevention, fire prevention and education, and emergency preparedness. These were all stable over time as well. Second key finding, Pearland's educational and cultural opportunities are valued aspects of community livability. So about half of residents gave a rating of excellent or good to overall opportunities for education, culture, and the arts in Pearland. And off to the right, we see some individual aspects related to this facet K through 12 education is at 79% positive, is higher than the national benchmark. And then we also have at about 6 and 10% positive opportunities to attend special events and festivals and the availability of affordable quality childcare and preschool. Those were similar to the national averages, but I do want to note that opportunities to attend special events increased significantly over time, which makes sense given that the previous survey was conducted in 2021. Most of these did remain stable over time as well. And moving on. Key finding number 3, residents appreciate many aspects of the local economy, but show some growing concern about general affordability and their own economic outlook. Items related to the economy here. I want to first point out that there are 3 items in this bar chart to the right that were rated higher than national averages. Those are shopping opportunities, the variety of business and service establishments in the city, and economic development. Further, 78% positively rated the overall quality of business and service establishments. The survey also includes custom questions that are not part of the standardized survey instrument, and one of those does relate to the facet of economy. The question asks residents, thinking about your ability to meet your household's needs, would you say your financial situation is excellent, good, fair, or poor? You can see the results to the right there, as well as the standardized question on the left, which asks residents to rate their economic outlook in the next 6 months. I do want to point out, when thinking about aspects of economy and related ratings around affordability, just broadly nationwide in almost all of the communities in which we serve, we have seen economic ratings decline in the last couple of years. So as you review the results on your own, if you notice declines there, that is not a phenomenon unique to Pearland. It's a summary of the key findings. And I just very briefly want to also touch on the business survey that we conducted a few months ago here in the city. The business survey is sent to all businesses in Pearland and covers these 6 core indicators of a business environment. This is the second time that Pearland has conducted the NCS, and it was conducted from late July to late August of this year. Business surveys do have a lower rate of response than community surveys, and so we received a total of 189 responses from local businesses. We did mail invitations, multiple invitations to 2,824 businesses within the city, and did a lot of additional outreach as well, conducted by city staff. That gives us a response rate of 8%, which is actually average for a business survey. And these were the key findings from the business survey. There is a separate report that covers those findings in more detail. Finally, I just want to briefly mention this, since this topic has come up a few times over the course of this meeting. You do have a panel of subscribers on your Polko platform. There are nearly 1,100 subscribers in Pearland. And so we invite you to continue resident outreach to those residents and using Polko in order to further engage and dig deeper into some of these topics. Happy to take questions.
Before we do have one citizen that signed up to speak on this, so I don't want to open up questions and comments from council until Mr. Davis has been heard. So Mr. Davis, you know the drill. Go to the podium, give your name and address, 3 minutes to speak. We appreciate you being here tonight.
Jimmy Davis, 5004 Combsville Street, Pearland. Council, I was really eager to read the community survey. One of the first things that jumped out to me was the decline to an 11% response rate. That was the lowest on record for Pearland. The report highlighted three key findings, one being growing concern about affordability and our economic outlook. Cost of living reviews declined by almost 15%, and a majority of respondents didn't give a positive evaluation of cost of living. For the value of services for the taxes paid to Pearland, there was a 9% drop from 2021. And overall confidence in Pearland government was down to 54%. The overall feeling of safety in Pearland has declined with each survey since 2019, despite ever-growing police budgets. It would appear that what's being done isn't really working in the public eye. The question about the job Pearland government does at welcoming resident involvement showed no change from the previous survey, and it's still down from 2019. I remember in the past, under the great late Mayor Reed, the public seemed to have more opportunities to be engaged and informed. CIP discussions, hundreds of millions of dollars in future debt, happened at times that allowed for more people to attend. In the last couple years, it's been changed to a time that's more convenient for staff, but not the average Pearland resident who's still working at 4 p.m. Maybe that's something that can change. City spent about $50,000 to rebrand the water department, which included a new logo that the company came up with. I've seen beautiful art around the city on our traffic signal boxes. We have beautiful painted pears done by our citizens. I've wondered why the city couldn't have opened up a competition for the community to submit ideas for a new logo. Maybe let the community vote on what they thought would be the best logo for our water department. That's a way that could have welcomed resident involvement, but instead, tax dollars was given to a company to create a pear that's half underwater. Ironic. You know, as a resident sitting in the audience last meeting, there were some consent agenda items that were pulled and supposed to be put later, but Robert's Rules Order was suspended so that they could be addressed because there were consultants and companies in the audience, and y'all wanted to get them on their way. As a resident sitting in the audience, the message received was that those companies getting my tax dollars was more important and should be addressed before homestead tax cap being raised. And maybe that's why treating residents with respect on this survey saw a 4% decline. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Now back to the question at hand. Obviously, opening up for questions, comments, concerns from council on the survey results. Ms.
Mayor, I sort of the same question I had earlier is the sample size on this. I thought for survey to be valid had to have like a 5% sample size, and even though 3,000 were sent out, we have close to 40,000 households, give or take, right? I don't think the sample size makes the return is not enough for this to be valid. It's not enough, the percentage is not enough for it to mean anything. It's not meaningful, is what I'm trying to say. I don't know how much we've spent to get this survey done, but the result's not meaningful at this point.
So how was the 3,000 households determined?
Thank you for asking. So 3,000 households is our base sample size for communities of any size. The statistical validity of survey results in a random sample survey such as this one, that's an important component of the statistical validity, is that it is a truly random sample, is not dependent upon the number of or the proportion of households surveyed. It is dependent upon the number of respondents. That margin of error that I mentioned is based solely on the number of respondents. There are then there's just different prediction models for why that is true. Yeah, that pretty much sums it up.
So the 11%, forget what it's called, responding rate, where does that fall in the national average?
It's low on the national average side. It's average for Texas. We have a lot of Texas communities, and for whatever reason, response rates are especially low in most of our Texas communities.
Okay.
I will also point out that it is true, survey response rates are declining over time, not just in Pearland, but across the country, which is why we've changed our methodology over the years to try to address that. We have the sample size used to be 1,200 years ago, so we now include a far greater number of randomly sampled households in order to elicit more responses.
You had mentioned there was I forget what you call it. Was it a second round of survey results? Like we received 85 or 86 responding. So what? The open participation. Thank you. Have you added those are separate, but when you add them into the other 300 plus, what does that do to the numbers?
We don't combine the data sets for the reports. They are kept, so you'll see two different data sets in the full report.
Okay.
Can I ask why you don't combine them?
It's because, so back to the random sample being an important component, the open participation respondents are your most civically engaged residents. And so when you compare to, when we do a statistical comparative analysis of those two data sets, what we virtually always find is some broad patterns of differences between those two groups. So much higher rates of participation in community activities, and then typically lower ratings for local government performance than the random sample group. The random sample is very important part, again, of the statistical validity. It is getting to the residents that you don't normally hear from. And so while the voices of the open participation respondents are important, and that's why they are included, we do want to ensure that you see the difference between those two data sets. So you can do a side-by-side comparison of the results between those two.
Other questions? Mr. Berry?
I just want to say, you know, I'm just going through this page here on the key findings and on page 10. You know, and I'm actually, I know that it seems like the number of respondents is low, 316, I guess. But when you start looking at it, you know, the numbers here, safety continues to be our priority. I know that our fire and police departments are excellent. Educational and cultural opportunities, it says here specifically K through 12 is a great school system. You know, they love the aspects of our community, but again, raising the general concern about affordability. We know about that. We've talked about that. That's why we had the conversation last meeting about the homestead exemption. So it you know, this just kind of solidifies in my mind, you know, exactly what I think, you know, the people in our community are actually thinking about. So to me, you know, I would like to see a lot more respondents, but at the end of the day, I think, you know, this is truly in line with what we've talked about for quite some time now. So thank you.
And if I can just add to the number of surveys that we send out, we actually tested in 2021 increasing the number that we send out. I believe we went from 2,500 to 3,500, and it bumped our level of confidence less than half a percentage point. So we are trying different things to boost that urgency to respond, but there are, you know, it's a struggle to get people to respond to surveys, especially ones that are as comprehensive as this. So we're appreciative for the ones that do take the time to respond.
So this is my first time. Can you explain to me, you said you send out postcards and reminders, right? And mail in if they want, and you also do online if they wanted to do online, correct?
Correct, yes. So those mailings are 1 week apart. It starts with the first postcard that has the survey URL and instructions to take it. And it also lets residents know that they can wait for this paper survey to arrive in the mail in a few days if they prefer. And then that arrives about a week later.
So these 3,000 homes, how do you select them? Is it randomly selected? Randomly.
Yes. So our process is to use zip codes that serve Pearland and then use GIS boundary files to identify the latitude and longitude of each and every household in the city. And then we randomly select from those that are within city limits.
Okay, and so I'm just curious, in today's world, no one opens mail, really. It goes in the junk or in the trash, right? So why not use social media when there's so much, everybody's on this, especially, at least in my neighborhood, I can tell that a lot of the families unfortunately, we had a very sad incident yesterday. I'll tell you, everything was on social media, right? Instantly. And but so to me, this would be something I would want to promote to get a vast pool, because you see, and again, I'm sure in your survey, when I look at this and I look at, in my head, I'm just running cost. I don't even want to ask what the cost for this service is, and then I divide it by the surveys I got. It's like, man, I'd rather pay you to just go out there and $100 at a Kroger and get people to file a survey. You follow my point? At this point, for me to justify this cost to a taxpayer to say, oh, we got 400 plus or minus surveys and we spent $50,000, does that really justify? And then my neighbor next to me just said, well, it tells me everything I already know, right? So I'm trying to balance myself to say, how do I justify this in 2 years when you come back and say, oh, we're going to do another survey? So if your matrix don't change, then does the cost really justify what I already know? Because hopefully these 7 people next to me are out there in the community, and the community is already telling them what they need to know, right? Or what's important to them. So I'm trying to understand, how do I justify it in my head?
Sure. So the primary goal of this survey effort in particular is to hear from a different subset of residents than you usually hear from. Because again, those ratings are different between the two data sets. The people that are in your community that are the most civically engaged tend to give consistently different ratings than those that are randomly selected. It's an attempt, that's what makes it statistically valid, is that random sample that we are truly getting at folks that you don't normally hear from. We actually do very strongly encourage the use of social media, and we did employ social media strongly for both surveys, but the caveat there is that for the random sample survey, we do not share the link, because then there would no longer be a random sample, it would be an open participation. We would be essentially blending those two data sets. So that's why we do the 2 separate survey efforts, and we share the link to the open participation one broadly to the community, and then we don't share the random sample link. We do tell the community that the survey is coming and implore them to participate.
I guess for me, it's just, we have 130,000 people and we're taking 400 surveys. It's hard to swallow a pill, but I mean, if you say that's normal, I guess it's hard for me. Thank you.
Yeah, but I think you see surveys and polling and data points all the time where there's a statistical number of 1,200 people that's supposed to tell us who's going to be the next president of the United States. And it's amazing how accurate a lot of those end up being, and it goes to the science behind, market data. So, I'm not as concerned about, I asked the question about the 3,000 because I wanted to know. We've done smaller surveys in the past. And so the question would be, if you had 5,000 or if you had 10,000, would our numbers trend down? Would they trend up? I don't know where they would ultimately trend. But we're also very, very similar than most cities in the area and that are going through this. And in many other categories, we're higher. So in some, we're lower. So I think what it does is it gives us a good look, especially as we go into our strategic planning retreat in February, of digesting those numbers and where, what, and how what do we work on? and how do we tweak it? How do we work? How do we get better? And I think that's why it's important to me is it gives us, while we might know some of those things, it validates it. So, cut you off. Sorry about that.
No, it's fine. I'm just excited that for once my graduate degree in health actually enables me to understand. I've always had trouble saying the word statistics. Yeah, I think that you're going about this the right way. And I had made some comments to Josh on the open participation side of things where I had people contact me who said, I am not going to take this survey because it's asking me who I am. I think it was email address, I can't remember, which led me to believe, and I asked them specifically why, and they said, because I don't want city council or city government to know how I feel about these things. And so when you said, yes, it's already like very heavily, it's trending towards a lot of distrust in the responses on the open participation side, I could see that. I mean, just in the people that just contacted me, which I know is, anecdotal, but whatever. I could see that that was the case. However, that led me to think more about what we're doing on an ongoing basis. And I think in addition to this, and I think I may have mentioned some of this in the conversations with you and Megan, where we were talking about kind of ongoing. Aside from having to put in an email address, I think the overall just size of the survey is, it's a big lift for some people to sit there and, question. It's a lot. I would like to see us on an ongoing basis. I know we've had conversations just on the staff side when we were talking about water billing and stuff like that, that we need to have more opportunities throughout the year for people to interface and give feedback on just how they feel about government in general. So even if we were to deploy one question surveys, but every week is a different one, every month is a different one, and find a way to get that feeding into our decision making, I would love to see more opportunities for that in addition to the how was your call with water billing today type stuff, and layer that on top of what we're doing with this, and really try to, okay, you clearly want to say something. What is that?
No, go, please.
No.
Do I have a solution for you? No.
Yes.
So that's actually part of the benefit that the Polco platform brings to us as a partner. So one of our observations about the NCS was that we do it every other year, and in between, things can become stale. It's good for creating those trend lines over time and giving us long-term trajectories. So the Polco platform does give us an audience that's built in. We can build our own surveys, and we do that. So emergency management and parks and recreation and other things like that. It will always be a balancing act of how frequently we reach out to those people so that we're not exhausting that system and then continually building over time.
You can, I'm sure, randomly pull from your random sets, correct? Your samples. I mean, you can pull within those data sets, I'm assuming, for smaller. Anyway,
I see what
I don't want to get into the weeds here, but I understand where yeah, I know. I'm duck hunting.
To clarify on the self-identification, though, we don't ask the random sample residents to self-identify in any way. It is an anonymous survey. And for the open participation survey, the city staff can choose whether or not to require that the respondent gives their email. And the purpose of that is not to identify the respondent. It is to indicate their level of interest in being on the panel for follow-up survey efforts. So you set that up nicely that's exactly what Polco is for. And what we intend it to be is that you can do shorter, much more frequent and special topics surveys.
Yeah,
you already have a pool of people to answer those.
Would love to see that on an ongoing basis. Just, I think people would be more inclined to take a one-question survey or a two-question survey and give us more information, I think, throughout the year and not just have to wait every 2 years or something.
Well, to that end, we could build a small survey around public safety. and do a little bit more in depth rather than do you feel safe? Do you feel safe for your property? Do you feel safe for your person? Maybe we could build in a little bit more and even get, better data back. I think our chiefs could then, could help them. Same thing with Parks and Rec, same thing with Public Works, any number of our departments. I think we could do that. And I think that would be invaluable. I think it would be invaluable as we move in completion of AMI into WaterSmart and where that goes. I think as we roll that out, and especially have it in place for a good 3, 4, 5 months, being able to test that and see where and how that's being received, and how it can be improved upon. So I think those are some things that we can do in these middle years to help as we move on. Questions, comments? Cam Carr?
Did anything surprise you, the results you
Probably surprised us less than it surprised you, because the trends that we did see in Pearland's results, we are seeing on a nationwide scale, particularly the aspects related to economy, safety, and then affordability. Those are very much a nationwide trend.
I appreciate you. Statistics is hard. Thank you for making it easy.
Presenting it easy. There you go. She didn't make it easy. She presented it easy. Exactly. Any other questions, comments? Where do we go with this next? You talking about interim steps then?
So I think, probably one of the areas we want to focus in on are some of the areas that have either trended up or down. Those are indicating something. And so maybe those are areas where we use Polko to go in deeper on surveys to kind of hone in on what's happening there. So Josh, anything to add to that?
Yeah, just for Councilmember Hernandez, we have a Tableau dashboard. So you'll all have access to data that we can dig into in more depth. And then the intent is that, as granularly as possible, we're using this information to Trent's point on an ongoing basis, and then filling in the gaps with any other supplemental surveys that we need to do.
Last call, we're going to move on to 6. No. Seeing none, we're going to move towards new business item number 6. Mr. Patel, would you present it to the council, please?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. So annually, we bring to you for approval a contract with Siddons Martin for the preventative maintenance and repair of our heavy fire apparatus. These services actually were bid out through the buy board, and so we worked through that cooperative for the contract. And we've been with Siddons Martin providing these services for many, many years. They've been very reliable and good to work with in providing those services. And we do only pay for the services rendered. And so we recommend approval for this next year in the estimated amount of $500,000. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Any questions, comments, concerns from council? Member Kamkar?
Maybe brief. Chief, we've talked in the past about apparatus and the status when you got here. What was the language that was used at the time?
Less than desirable. It's what we inherited here, and just going through a long process of replacing equipment, and then the time frame it takes to get it here, 36 to 42 months, depending on the type of apparatus. But keeping the fleet that we have here currently up and running at a level that's optimum to serve our community is an ongoing process, and this is a very important part of that.
And just, I remember that because we've talked about it twice. And the less than desirable hits me. Does this group help us get to where we need to go? Because I know it sounds like we've used them for a while, and I just want to make sure you guys are getting the resources that you need to address the needs that you feel are appropriate.
We are. Our fleet department's done a great job as far as helping to facilitate us to get these repaired and keep them maintained and on the streets, and this is an important part of that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Carbone?
Chief, do you think we can cut your budget by 1%? You don't have to answer.
Touche. Last call for questions. Seeing none, Madam Secretary, call for the vote.
Member Patel.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Kosa.
Aye.
Member Carbone.
Aye.
Member Kamkar.
Aye.
Member Hernandez.
Aye.
Member Cade.
Aye.
Member Barry.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right, with that, we're to item number 7, finally. Council input and discussion, receive information from financial advisor John Roebuck, BOK Financial Securities regarding the city's recent bond sale, and staff report regarding the city's bond ratings. With that, we'll turn it over to Trent for staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. So we just recently completed our bond sale for 2023. We've provided you some information on that. So tonight's presentation will run through the following things. The outcome of that bond sale itself will be presented by Mr. John Roebuck, our financial advisor, and then our Chief Financial Officer, Amy Buckert, will present on additional information on the modification to Moody's rating and their metrics that impacted our bond rating. How we mitigated some of the impacts and the significant impacts to our ratepayers. The alternative would have been significant impacts to our ratepayers to meet Moody's changed metrics. So we'll walk through some of that information. And then confirmation of our strong credit rating with Fitch and a plan for our future bond sales as we move forward. So at this point, I'll hand it over to Mr. Roebuck. Thank you.
Mayor, council members, John Roebuck, BOK Financial Securities. I do have a nice report to give to you about the bond sales we sold a couple weeks ago. If we'll turn to the first page of the presentation, it's the Bond Buyer Index. This is the weekly snapshot of municipal bond rates across the country. And if you look on the far right there in the blue line and also the blue number of 4.19%, that represents the General Obligation Index. That is the bonds that we sold on November 3rd. It's all 4 bond issues were general obligation backed debt. The only one that was a little different was the Series 2023 COs C Series, which is also going to be paid for by the water and sewer system. But you'll see this is about almost a 50 basis points higher than we showed back in June. We were out here with the preliminary numbers. On the permanent improvement bonds, we'll start off with that one first. That's on the far left is your current debt service requirements, and then the principal and interest and total debt service on the 2023 permanent improvement bonds. We did sell $8,235,000 in bonds to generate $8,235,500 in proceeds for the city. And then we'll layer the rest of the debt on top of this total debt service in the far right column. But before we get that, this is the source and uses. Did I go too far? Source and uses of funds for the permanent improvement bonds. We sold, like I said, $8,235,000 in bonds. We generated a premium of about $119,000. Plus, we actually also take into consideration bond insurance, which we'll get to in a second. $11,000, less expensive, $107,000, gets a total proceeds of the $8,235,500 for proceeds for the city. All cost to interest rate was a 4.981%, which is a little higher than we showed you back in June, but again, that's market driven also, in addition to the downgrade by Moody's, which we'll get to also in a little bit. And then the next page is the certificates of obligation, both the A's and B series. The A's is for general governmental projects. We sold $10,075,000 in bonds, generate $10,157,220 proceeds for the projects. And then the 2023 B COs were for the TERS-related projects. And we did a shorter term there with a final maturity in 2030 to match the end date of the TERS. And we also have a shorter call date of March 1 of 2026 because we believe will be repaid or reimbursed by those revenues, and we'll pay these bonds off before their scheduled maturity in 2030. We sold $9,390,000 in bonds there to generate $9,394,000 in proceeds. And then the source and uses of funds, again, $10,075,000 for the 2023 A COs, plus premium of $221,000. Less municipal bond insurance of about $13,000, almost $14,000, and less your expenses, get to the total proceeds of $10,157,220. The all-cost interest rate on this bond issue was 5%, with an average life of 15.12 years. And the 2023B TERS-related projects, we sold $9,390,000 in bonds, generated premium of $110,000, less the bond insurance of about $9,600, and then also your cost of issuance of $97,000. It's your total proceeds of $9,394,000. The all cost on this was a 4.993%. In the last series of bonds was the 2023 series. Again, these were for the water and sewer related projects. We sold $54,835,000 in bonds and generated proceeds of $55,247,635 for water and sewer projects according to your CIP. Then on the next page is the source and use of funds. Again, $54,835,000 in bonds, plus premium, less issuance cost, and also municipal bond insurance. It's a total proceeds of $55,247,635. This one had a little higher all-cost interest rate of a 5.003%. On the schedule of events, we have hit every date on these two pages except for the very last one. The next page, one more page, sorry. Here we go. We are scheduled to close these bonds on Thursday, November 30th, at which point the city will receive all the bond proceeds we just talked about. I'll be happy to answer any questions you have on the financings. We're very pleased with the results given that the market kind of been moving away from us. The day we went to pricing, actually market came back by about 15 basis points. We were able to reduce yields. Also, ironically, of all the 4 bond series we sold, the 2023 Cs, which is the water and sewer related one, which the rating report really bashed, had the most interest from investors. In fact, we were able to lower the rates on the Cs more than we were at the other 3 bond issues. So go figure. We were told that the block sizes per maturity actually drew a lot of the interest. And that's why we got lower rates. But the investors didn't seem to be bothered by the downgrade at all. They were interested in buying the bonds.
John, can you explain the insurance? You had mentioned that.
Sure. We went out and we actually took bids from 2 different bond insurers. Both have a AA rating by S&P. One was Build America Mutual, and the other one was Assured Guaranty Mutual. The lowest bid came in from BAM, Build America Mutual, 7.9 basis points. That context, that's on total debt service. So really, on the total par amount, it's about 1.4 basis points additional cost to the city to get this, and it actually reduced cost by about 18 basis points. So we were able to save a lot more money by using this bond insurance. It allows us to sell with a higher rating from S&P.
So before we move to Amy, is there additional questions of John? Mr. Carbone?
Thank you, Mayor. If you go back to slide 5, looking at the 2023 A and B, you've got the A's at 15 years and the B's at 6 years, yet we're damn near the same rate. I mean, that's just because of the flattening of the curve?
Yes, sir. So the front part of the yield curve is a little higher than the middle of the part of the yield curve right now.
Okay.
And as a result of just being one single bullet maturity, we had to actually increase their yields a little bit just to get the interest from investors.
Okay. And you said that is callable in
26, and that's
26.
another reason why. But shorter call, also had to pay a little more for it.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Good deal. Any other questions? All right. Ms. Amy?
Thank you, Mayor. So tonight's discussion, we just heard from Mr. Roebuck on the recent debt sale. I'm going to go over the Moody's credit rating with you and the Fitch credit rating decision, and then we'll talk about some of our options moving forward. On the next slide, you have the timeline of events, which Mr. Roebuck touched on briefly. We started this back in May when we accepted the audit report, and then we had the authorization of the debt sale. In August, we brought you the parameter ordinance for you to approve the issuance of the debt. We accepted the restatement on October 30th, and then tonight we have our presentation and acceptance of the bond sale. So moving on, just to give council a little highlight of what the importance of credit ratings are. Credit ratings work for cities just like they work for our personal credit. The better the credit you have, the lower the borrowing costs. So and also the less risk to those that are underwriting your debt. So we want to keep a high credit rating in order to be a good risk for investors. So to give you a little bit of understanding about the Moody's credit rating, I'm going to go through some details here, so try to bear with me. The important part of this is this gives you an overview of the credit rating system for Moody's, and you can see the different ratings there on the left in the blue. Even though we got a downgrade, we're still very high. We're still in that red box of the AA and the A. So we're still a very high credit rating overall, even though we did go down a little bit. And then Moody's changed their methodology for how they figured out credit ratings in 2021, November of 2021. So before that time, they looked at water and sewer as separate from general fund. They were two separate entities when they scored our credit. That was similar to how Fitch and S&P both still score their credit ratings. Then after 2021, 2022 and going forward, Moody's took a more holistic view, and they started combining to look at total liquidity and to look at our debt load in total as a whole city. So they combined enterprise and general operating fund and looked at everything in totality, which is a little bit different from the other agencies. So here you have the rate adjustment for the credit rating. And so what we're going to look at here, this year we did a 14% rate on the water sewer fund. We had a 14% rate increase. And then we have a forecasted fund balance of $61 million. To give council an example here, to get a minimum fund balance ratio of 35%, which is what it would require for us to be keeping that high Moody's rating that we had, we would need a 151% increase in our water sewer rates. And that takes us to a fund balance of $143 million. So if we go on to the next slide, and we break down the bond insurance, what Moody's is kind of asking us to do, and where we're at. The bond insurance cost was $116,117. It saved us about 18 basis points on this latest bond issuance, and that was a total cost to the city of $2.4 million. That works out to roughly 27 cents per bill over the course of a 20-year bond issuance, okay, per month, per bill per month. If we were to raise rates enough to pay for that same credit rating, we would have to raise rates an extra $182 a month on each bill. Again, these are all averages, but I just wanted to show that it's easy to see that the ratings agencies would prefer that we overcharge ratepayers and taxpayers in order to make the investors more comfortable and have a lower risk. So I'm not sure that council would have decided anything any differently if we had wanted to keep our bond rating, because it really comes down to overtaxing the residents or overcharging the ratepayers. We went back to Fitch when we got our Moody's rating. We went back to Fitch and we talked to them about, this is what Moody's is doing. Do you guys want to reevaluate where we're headed? They upheld our ratings. They cited the city's strong reserves, our good revenue growth overall, and manageable liabilities. And they even acknowledged the strength in how we came back from the tax rate issue last year. So they elected not to change our ratings. The plan to move forward, we're going to transition to including S&P on our ratings calls next year. They have a really good reputation. They have a very well-defined methodology for assessing the ratings. And they often assist cities in adhering to regulations and help cities with financial reporting compliance. So they're very strong in that respect. And Mr. Roebuck felt like they would be a good one to include in our ratings calls. We still have to use Moody's each year as long as they hold our debt. but this will help offset a little bit the negative rating that we received this year.
Can I jump in there real quick?
Yeah, absolutely.
So we're actually not going to approach Moody's next year. We'll leave them on the side. They'll keep an outstanding rating as long as there's bonds outstanding. We will not pay them for a rating. We go to sell bonds. We'll go to S&P. And S&P already has some prior debt outstanding. It's got a AA rating on the GO side. So, and to back up in the Fitch report, we did reach out to Fitch, and Fitch basically said, listen, you asked us to rate the general obligation side of the city, and we did. It's AA. Moody's, in their report, you'll notice that they do downgrade both water, sewer, and the GO, but they really don't mention the GO side at all. It's all about the water and sewer side. And that's what's so frustrating, because we didn't ask them for the water and sewer, we asked them for a GO rating. That's where the frustration comes in.
Thank you.
And is that because of the holistic view?
Holistic view, and again, I've probably gone through 7 or 8 ratings with Moody's just this year alone with cities that have water, sewer, and GO, and they've never brought them both together on the rating report. So I know they're trying to do that more, but again, this is for some really solid impact on my clients. I actually had, during the pricing, I had 3 different underwriters reach out who weren't on our deal, but were looking at the bonds, saying this was a very egregious report. They'd never seen anything like this before. That it's like they were almost mad about something instead of looking at the facts.
Thank you.
So to conclude, I just wanted to reiterate again that in order for us to get the AAA rating from Moody's, it would be necessary to raise the water rates by 151%, and that would elevate the average bill from about $120 to about $302. The credit agencies focus on investors, whereas Pearland's council and staff are committed to serving the residents and the interests of the residents and the ratepayers for the city. And you know, the only other option really is to postpone essential improvements to lower the debt rate and increase the fund balance. And, you know, we've used that in the past to kind of kick the can down the road. And it's responsible for some of the higher rate elevations that we've seen in recent years. So it's not something that staff recommends at this time. And that concludes the staff report.
So just to reiterate one point there, you know, or a couple of points, Mayor, is that we do meet all of our current financial policies for bond covenants, debt obligations, and everything else there as part of our fiscal responsibility. And, you know, when we were on the call with them, I point blank asked them, I said, I mean, it sounds like you would like us to overcharge our customers and our water and sewer side of things and overtax our property owners to satisfy, you know, your new metrics and your new way of combining these things for us to get a better rating. And their response basically was their role is to issue a rating that protects the investors, not, you know, protect the city's ratepayers or taxpayers. So with that, we'll turn it over to you and council for any questions.
Thank you for that. And obviously we're having this as a special because when you do have a downgrade like that, we want to make sure that we are transparent with our folks, as well as being able to discuss it and wrap our head around exactly what happened. John, real quick, I know I asked this question in our audit committee meeting, but I think it's important here. I mean, we're not the only one that Moody's, I think they've gone a little extra step with us, but we're not the only one with Moody's that is seeing this holistic approach and downgrade. I think there was some 20 or 30 cities that you've seen or been aware of.
There's probably been a lot more than that. Okay. When they first announced this new methodology, they actually put a lot of cities on notice that they were going to review their credit. And there was a lot of cities across the United States that got downgraded because of this. There was a couple maybe that got upgraded too, but a lot of them were left alone. They actually reviewed us since they changed the methodology, at least, 22, so last year they did. But yes, we've started to see a little more, looking a little harder at cities now that are issuing, again, water and sewer bonds on the GO side. Or water and sewer projects, excuse me.
Is this because we do the COs in water?
I don't think so, because again, we had a large amount of water and sewer debt outstanding to begin with, so they were looking at both of them. I mean, it's still gonna, if they're viewing it the same way, it's all one pot anyway.
Open up for questions, comments from council. Member Camcar?
Thank you, Mayor. Can we pull up the chart that had the red box? Please. The presentation wasn't clear where we started from and where we went to. John, can you explicate where we started before the credit downgrade?
We were AA2, which is right in the middle of that AA category, and then now we're A2, which is right in the middle of the single A category.
We're the one in the middle, or the top of the box, the top of the red box.
We started, so Moody's, in addition to the letters, they have numbers, and one being like, so each one, so AAA is AAA. AA has AA 1, 2, and 3, 1 being the best, 3 being lower. And then A1, A2, and A3. So we were AA2 to start with. Now we're A2.
We took a step from the one with 2 A's down to the one that has an A.
Correct. We're still it's not a bad rating. It's just.
I'm just trying to. I don't know. It wasn't clear where we went to. It's just, there's a box. Let me ask a question. Do we have the letter? Is it posted on, Josh, do we have the letter that we got from Moody's? Is that posted on a website somewhere? I got it in an email. And so I think it would be, for, as the mayor said, transparency's sake, that letter needs to be somewhere saying something.
It's been posted on Emma, which is where all disclosures for cities, municipalities, issue debt, post stuff.
I hear you, but I don't think 99% of the working world has any clue what Emma is. You and I do, because we work in mud world and bond world, but I think for the transparency piece, we need to have that letter that somebody can click on if they get interested. I mean, the cost to go do what we're doing to address this issue is $116,000, what I'm gathering. So, I mean, it's real money. It's not insignificant.
So I think if we do that, we'll post Fitch and past ratings as well. I think that's fair.
I think the transparency issue is a paramount item. So however you want to do it.
Sure.
I mean, why not? Let me ask a question. You said that we have a high debt load. What is that on the GO side? And have you sold all those bonds?
I sold all the ones.
All our water and our GO bonds? I know you've been with the city a while. What is the amount?
Since 2005.
You sold almost all of them.
The ones that are standing, yes, sir.
So how much in GO bonds do we have? I didn't see it on the presentation. You know? I apologize. I'll filibuster for a second. And then on the water side, I guess we have been doing a lot of improvements, but what is the amount on the water side?
Actually, in your presentation, I thought it had a total amount.
411 million in GO without this bond issues, before this bond issues were sold. Okay. The water and sewer side. $380 million.
On the water side. Yes, so total 791, but they're in different buckets. That's what's out in the market. Or
it's so, Councilmember, I'll address the question. Is this a heavy debt burden?
I haven't got there yet.
Okay, sorry.
I haven't got there. I want to get the context so I even know what we're talking about.
Okay.
So we're at 411 today on the GO side, and we're 390 on the water side. And we haven't sold what's been presented here.
One time, sorry.
The items that presented,
they do not
4 million
those numbers, right?
The 81 million round numbers is not inclusive of that number. Right. So let's do 81. Hold on, Aggie here. 2, 7. Carry the 1. We're at 872 million combined with this issuance here coming up. And right now, Moody's is saying bucket A and B are being looked at together as opposed to separate. I'll let that sink in for a second. So how would you characterize our debt load then?
So I'll jump in and I'll let John answer, but you know, the metric we present and we use with council every year when we're looking at this is basically our debt to our value. And that has continued to improve year over year. And that's, I believe, why the council has opted to move forward with additional projects like that were in our 2023 and 2019 bond packages, because we do have the ability to pay, and that's improved year over year for many, many years.
Thank you, Mr. Epperson. I appreciate you editorializing my comments.
So it's a hard question to answer because, again, every issuer I work with has got different dynamics. Y'all are a fast-growing city. You have been for a while, and as a result, you have to provide the services and the infrastructure to keep the city the way you want to keep it, and also maintain that with other projects. Every city in Texas, because of the growth we've had over the last 10 years, has that caveat in the rating report. You look at any school district, any city in the area, it'll say you have a high debt burden. And that's just because you're a fast-growing city.
How would you characterize? I heard a paragraph here. I'm trying to get like a one-line sentence, two-line sentence. Based on the interaction with Fitch, how would they characterize our debt burden?
They're going to say it's elevated debt burden because, again, because of your pension, they look at pension also. Your pension obligation, your OPEB liability, and also your debt. Almost every single issuer in Texas that's growing, in the Houston, Dallas, San Antonio, Austin area, they all have that same line in there.
And then we have a CIP that still has like another 300, 400 million. That will go on top of this over the course of the next 4 or 5 years. Is that currently the plan?
That's part of the CIP. That CIP changes every year. I mean, we adjust it for the needs and the rate structure, but yes, currently that's the plan.
Are we going to have to buy rate insurance again next year? On insurance, knowing that we have this issue now and the debt
We'll see what S&P comes back with. We'll start the conversation with S&P before we get to the bond issuance process. They'll do a look-see, if you will, technical term, to see where they would come out with a rating, give us an indication before we actually engage them.
Do you recommend that we do another 80 or 90 or 100 million dollars in debt next year?
Again, it depends on what the needs are and if we can afford it. I mean, if you have the needs and you have the means to support it, and it's something that the council decides to do, then we can sell 80 million in bonds.
Trent, what is the plan next year? I mean, I read the letter. I'm actually really, really surprised the letter didn't make it in this presentation. Let's put it that way. In how it's characterized is it could be way, way worse. Yeah. And I disagree with the characterization. Like going and comparing what could be way, way worse as opposed to acknowledging where we are just seems like a very, very, looking glass kind of item. So, I mean, what is the plan? Is the plan to buy insurance for the next year? Is the plan to address the debt burden and lower it? I mean,
So again, I think as John said, we'll have to see where we are with Fitch, our S&P. We will also look at, as we do every year, our CIP and what are the projects that are planned. Can we afford to move forward with those projects? We analyze that every year. And again, going back to the call with Moody's, when we were talking about the metrics they use versus the metrics we use, they're protecting the investors. We're looking at, they don't even look at our ability to pay. The fact that our, I asked them specifically, our debt to assessed value, which is our assessed value, is our ability to pay, has improved year over year for a decade, I believe, at least. And I asked how that fits into this overall rating, and it is not a part of the metrics they look at. Neither are really our financial policies, but we're meeting all those. We have the ability to pay. So again, we'll analyze that. We'll see what the impacts are of moving forward with the next year of the CIP intact or some reduced amount of that based on also looking at the projected debt service rate. We always want to look at that as well to see how that's going to impact our overall tax rate.
And
I'm going to comprehensive that we have to look at all these different things. And so I can't tell you right now exactly what we'll do next year, but we will analyze all these things, present those to council, and make those decisions.
I'm gonna wrap here, but I will say this: you and this team were dealt an extraordinarily tough hand. What happened last year was just, I don't know how to say, catastrophe. We burned through all of our reserves. I think at the end of this budget, we'll have like $500,000 over and above policy. We defeased bonds. We did everything that we could to adjust, and we're still in a really, really crappy situation. And we got a credit down rating after it was all said and done. And we were told everything would be fine after we made all these adjustments. And it's just really frustrating. And I'm telling this to the council. I'm telling this to the public. I'm telling this to us on the body. The water rate issue isn't going away. The needs aren't going away. The folks are going to want a pay raise. We're going to have other issues, but we have to show some level of physical discipline that's on there. I mean, when I hear the people say that we're combining and we're struggling with geo debt is high and water debt is high, that is a signal. It is like a blaring yellow light or red light to slow down, and I just don't see that there's going to be a slowing down on that. I won't be here. Good luck. But we really hope that we think really long and hard. We're going really, really fast, and the growth is not continuing. The sales tax is not continuing at the same pace. So I just hope we have a more holistic answer than where we are today. So, thanks.
Any other questions or comments? I would say this. Had we known, I guess, back to this council, had we known of a credit downgrade 2 months ago. We're here, we're trying to approve our budget, we're trying to approve fees and everything else associated with it. And we were presented, hey, you can avoid this, but here's what you would have to do to avoid it. Question I have to this council is, would we have charged 151% increase in water rates? No. So it didn't alter the decision that was made. In fact, I think Moody's stated they didn't think we had the political will to charge the rates necessary to do what they wanted to protect their investors. Well, if Moody's is listening, you're right. You're going to hold a gun to our head and want us to charge 151%. You're right. You can take your rating and you know what you can do with it. And I take it to them. That's I'm not going to have a gun stuck to my head. We're here to protect our people. We're here to do and pay our bills, which we do. And we would have made the same decision to go with the 14%. And so I think we made that right decision. In hindsight, here it is. We have to deal with that. To council member's point, yes, I think everything is on the table on how, what, and where with projects. Do we delay projects? Do we string it out a little bit more? We promised people 5 years on a bond program that we just passed in May. Does that go to 6? Does it go to 6? Does it go to 7? Does it, do you delay some of the next round of capital improvements in the water and sewer area? Do you string those out and instead of having them in shorter tranches, you extend that out? I think all of that needs to be on the table, and ultimately, we'll work through every single one of those. Is it painful? Yeah. Because it means our folks are paying more in water rates and sewer rates. They're going to be paying more in water and sewer rates. We already know that. But I think all of those things are on the table, and it's, we pull our boots up, we go to work, and we figure it out. So last call, questions, comments?
Mayor, can I say one last thing too, to echo what you were saying? So the question was asked, would it matter if we sold the 2023 Cs as water and sewer bonds instead of GO bonds? By selling them as COs, we actually saved about $3.5 million because we had to fund a reserve fund requirement. On top of that, the rating on the water and sewer was much lower than A2, so we would have had to sell them with an A3, which would be lower, so it costs more in bond insurance. So we made the right move there, and we saved money for the taxpayers by doing that. But again, it's the holistic approach has hurt us.
Yep. So, yeah, appreciate the time and effort always, John. You always are creative in how you navigate us through this, so I appreciate that. Appreciate the work that you do there. With that, we're going to move to matters removed from consent agenda. We already handled the one. Other business, there are none. We've already handled the mayor council issues for council discussion. Yes, we're going into exec session, and it's almost midnight. Be moving into executive session under Texas Government Code Section 551.074 personnel matters regarding city boards and commissions. Section 551.087 deliberations regarding economic development negotiations, and Section 551.074 personnel matters discussion regarding the annual evaluation of the city manager, and we'll retire into exec session at 11:44. City Council has returned from executive session at, time is it? 1:29 a.m. New business continued. New business number 8 will take no action at this time. New business number 9, Member Carbone.
Thank you, Mayor. Consideration and approval authorizing the PEDC to enter into a loan assistance agreement with Prospect number 2202 and 2304. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Madam Secretary, we'll call for the vote.
Member Carbone?
Aye.
Member Camcar? Member Hernandez?
Aye.
Member Cade?
Aye.
Member Barry?
Aye.
Member Patel?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Koza?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right, new business number 10, Mr. Carbone, would you do the same?
Thank you, Mayor. Consideration and possible action, adjust the city manager's contract as discussed in exec session.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Madam Secretary, call for the vote.
Member Carbone?
Aye.
Member Camcar? Member Hernandez? Member Cade?
Aye.
Member Barry?
Aye.
Member Patel?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Koza?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right, with that, we will move for adjournment at 1:31.
The agenda request is 183 days.
My name is Rick Fernandez, and I'm the owner of Cop Stop. I spoke to Safari Land, which is the manufacturer, earlier